as fuck, I'm up before the sun. Coffee in my cup, charts loading one by one. Ain't no time to waste, got my system down. Trading's what I do, about to get this crown. Screens all lit up, candles red and green. This my morning shit, know just what I mean. Sipping slow and steady, while I check the trends. Mad focus now, this is how my day begins. Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Fuck the formal trading, that ain't how I roll. Take my time analyzing, that's how I get gold. Coffee getting cold, but I'm locked right in. Watching patterns form, know just where to begin. This ain't rocket science, just my daily grind. Same shit, different day, but I'm doing fine. Got my setup perfect, got my mind just right. About to make these moves, gonna do this shit all night. Sipping and trading, trading and sipping. Got my momentum, ain't no way I'm slipping. Numbers and patterns, patterns and flows. This is my rhythm, everybody knows. Charts and coffee got me in my groove. This my daily move, yeah, I got something to prove. Charts and coffee got me feeling smooth. This my daily truth, yeah, I know just what to do. Making money moves, Dale, this should feel from home. Fucking getting cold, but I'm still in the zone. Making money move, yeah, this shit feels like home. Fuck sleep, I got my morning mapped, while these other bitches still trapped in the naps. Quiet house, screens lit up bright, my setup perfect, everything's right. First sip hits, mind gets clear, another day to fucking dominate here. Watch some numbers dance and slide, while my coffee keeps me certified. Charts and coffee started right, yeah. Focus tight, mind in flight, mind in flight. Charts and coffee make it flow, yeah. That's the rhythm that I know. Second cup, now I'm in the zone. All these patterns speaking in code. They don't know about this morning grind, being sharp when others fall behind. Fuck that FOMO, I stay composed. Years of practice, that's how it goes. Every move calculated clean, this ain't luck, you know what I mean. Early bird gets the fucking win, that's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark, that's what sets the real one me. Early bird gets the fucking win, that's why I'm here where I've always been. Discipline hits different when it's dark, that's what sets the real ones apart. Their cup's cold, but I don't care. These indicators showing me where to place it perfect, time is sweet, while amateurs still catch disease. This game ain't for the weak or slow, gotta be ready when it's time to go. Morning ritual got me trained, others sleep while I maintain. Charts and coffee one more time, yeah. This rhythm's yours and this rhythm's mine, this rhythm's mine. Early hours hit me with a different kind of peace. While the world's still quiet, I find my release. Just me and these numbers dancing slow, building patterns in my mind as I go. Something special about this morning, and way before the day is time to care. And I keep asking myself as the minutes tick by, and I keep wondering why every morning feels so right. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing, leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? You asked me once why I rise before the sun. Said I'm chasing something that can't be outrun. It's not about the money or the gain, it's about finding clarity when things ain't the same. Each morning ritual brings me closer to truth. Like watching steam rise, I'm finding proof that patience builds more than just a perfect cup. It's teaching me when to hold, when they give up. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing, leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing with these thoughts alive? Sometimes I wish you could see this morning meditation with me, where everything makes sense before the world gets intense. What's brewing in my coffee or my mind? What's brewing, leaving yesterday behind? What's brewing in this cup of time? What's brewing as these thoughts align? What's brewing in me? Catching pattern while the world's still asleep. First light hits my screen, I'm in my element. Fresh brew by my side, mind is confident. Reading these patterns like sheet music, feel the flow. Each candlestick painting stories as they go. Morning meditation with my market view. Catching waves of data, riding them with you. Some see just numbers, I hear the melody. Each trend line speaking rhythmically to me. Time signatures changing, support levels hold. Breaking down resistance as the day unfolds. Charts and coffee, that's my harmony. Finding rhythms where others just see. Random moves and noise, but baby, can't you see? These patterns move like jazz, just trust in me. Moving like jazz, just trust in me. Second cup hitting different minds, eye clear. Watch these price points dance, appear and reappear like a jazz musician. Reading between the lines, finding sweet spots where opportunity shines.
keep it cool and steady, no need to rush. Let the market breathe, feel that morning hush. Been studying patterns since you've been sleeping, watching lines form art while knowledge I'm reaping. Strategy tight like a bebop groove, calculated steps on when to make my move. Speed picks up, more test delivery. Quick shifts coming, tempo changing fast. Gotta stay composed, make these moments last. Reading signals, catching every beat. Market symphony playing just for me. Mind state elevated, focus clean. This ain't just trading, this is art you're seeing. And coffee, it has my harmony. Finding rhythms where others just see. Random moves and noise, but baby, can't you see? These patterns move like jazz, just trust in me. Moving like jazz, just trust in me. Want a ritual complete. Left my mark on these streets of green and red, but the rhythm stays in my head. Morning comes, I think of you first. Chart lines dance while my coffee bursts. Been at this game since day one, teaching me patience like you always done. Charts and coffee, that's our way, that's how we start the day. Got my screens lit, what you gonna say? Watch how the patterns play. Numbers flow like the brew in my cup. Some days down, but we keep looking up. You showed me how to read these signs. Now every morning feels like yours and mine. Remember what you taught me about staying cool. When markets get wild, I follow your rules. Charts and coffee, that's our way, that's how we start the day. Got my screens lit, what you gonna say? Watch how the patterns play. Just do me with these morning routines. Building something true real. Building something real, Lord, I mean.
I watch you rushing in the morning, trying to catch every move. But let me share something with you that'll help improve your groove. See, you're like fresh beans waiting to release what's locked inside. But patience makes the difference between success and a wild ride. Take it slow, watch it form. Just like steam rising up warm. Let it brew, just like your morning cup. Just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up. Don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. You check your screens at sunrise, numbers dancing everywhere. But trading's like my coffee method, it needs time and tender care. Temperature's important, just like timing in the trade. Too hot and you'll get burned quick, too cold opportunities fade. Take it slow, watch it form, just like steam rising up warm. Let it brew, just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. I've seen too many burn out, trying to catch every wave. But the ones who last the longest know just when to stay away. So here's my morning lesson as I pour this cup for you. The market gives its gifts to those who know just what to do. Like coffee needs its moments for the flavors to extract. Your trades need proper timing before you plan to act. Let it brew, just like your morning cup. Just like your morning cup. Take your time, watch it flow, don't rush to drink it up. Don't rush to drink it up. Wisdom comes in drops, like coffee through the filter, finding patience at the top. Just hot before the rest of the block, nah. Just me and my laptop. Tick-tock, haven't even brushed my teeth yet, but these charts ain't gonna read themselves, I bet. Watch the steam rise, study every line. Same way I read these charts all the time. Coffee in my system, mind getting clear. That's how we make these moves round here. That's how we do. Red candles flash on my screen while I'm sipping something mean. Used to play it fast and lose, now wait for confirmation, that's the truth. Got a system, got a plan, we're trading like a rookie, understand. Numbers dancing, let's stay cool, cause panic selling's for a fool. Some days green, some days red, gotta keep a level head. Deep breath in, let it flow, this ain't no casino, yo. This is chestnut checkers, fam, gotta think before you slam. Markets opening in 5, feel my focus come alive. Charts tell stories if you know how to read between the highs and lows. Been at this since way back when, now I'm teaching you, my friend. This ain't luck, this ain't chance, this is morning market dance. Watch the steam rise, study every line. Every single morning, we do this right. Coffee in my system, mind getting clear. It's the only way we move from here. creeps through my window pane. Before the world wakes, I'm in my domain. Steam rising slow like thoughts in my brain. Watching lines that move like waves of grain. Every morning's got its own sweet flow. Some days fast, but mostly moving slow. Learning how to read which way things go. Finding peace in what these mornings show. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear, that's what I see. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear, that's what I see. Fuck the noise, I'm focused on my path. Reading signals through the aftermath. Every line's a story that I grasp. Some shit falls, other things will last. Damn, I love these mornings by myself. Learning lessons money couldn't help. Every cup of wisdom brings me wealth. Beyond what's sitting on my shelf. Filtered through the static, find the flow that's magic. In the quiet hours, let it all unfold. Watch the truth get told. Patterns start to speak. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. In the quiet, when my mind is clear, that's what I see. That's what I see. In the quiet hours, patterns start to speak. In the quiet, when my mind is clear, that's what I see. La la la, patterns start to speak. When my mind is clear. La la la, the quiet hours. First rays break through my window pane. Coffee drips slow like a gentle rain. Numbers dance across my screen. I remain in this space where focus meets the mundane. Every morning, same position, same station. Building blocks of daily meditation. Clear mind as I track each indication. Patient breathing, deep contemplation. In the rhythm of my morning flow, let it guide me. Every pattern helps me grow. As above, so down below. In a rhythm, watch it move. Finding truth in every groove. Lines intersect, I'll watch them play. Reading signs that point the way. Years of practice taught me how to stay cool and steady through each display. My fingers trace ascending paths while steam rises, making me laugh. This quiet hour holds its craft. His wisdom flows through every draft. Each morning brings another chance to perfect this sacred dance. Some see chaos, I see design. Some feel rushed, I take my time. In these moments I refine every signal, every sign. Beyond the surface lies the art of knowing when to stop and start. Each cup of wisdom sets apart the discipline that fills my heart. Early hours hold the key to everything I need to see. In this space I'm truly free to let the knowledge flow through me. In the rhythm of my morning flow, let it guide me. Every pattern helps me grow. As above, so down below. In the rhythm, watch it move, finding truth in every groove. First cup steaming beside my screen. Charts and candles know what I mean. Trying to show you how I move. When markets open, got nothing to prove. Markets calling my name. Trading ain't just a game. Watch and learn, babe, watch and learn. Charts and coffee, that's my vibe. Teaching you how to survive. Morning routine, let me show you mine. Building wealth one trade at a time. Woke up early, check the trends. Send your signals, watch you win. Ain't no sleeping when Asia trades. Got my system, got it made. Keep it cool, stay in the zone. Analysis on my phone. Trading life, it's all I know. Watch these profits start.
Listen up, I'ma break it down for you straight. Look, charts telling stories while others hesitate. RSI crossing NACDs looking clean. Building strategies like you ain't never seen. Resistance levels got me feeling so alive. Support zones when my orders through sleep. Now I'm teaching you to swim in the deep. Trading wisdom, dropping knowledge every day. Show you how to read the markets display. No FOMO moves, we stay calculated. Success comes to those who waited.
Take notes while I demonstrate. Perfect entries, never too late. Watch how I navigate. Charts and coffee, that's my vibe. Teaching you how to survive. Morning routine, let me show you mine. Building wealth one trade at a time. Let me show you mine. First light breaking through my window, cup in hand, just me and morning slow dance. Watching steam curl up towards the ceiling, each breath measured, each moment revealing. Early peace before the world starts spinning, just us here, no need for pretending. Screen comes alive with gentle blue light, your patterns speak to me, morning feels right. Time suspended in the sacred space, just learning your rhythms, finding my place. Steam rising from my cup, while these charts are lighting up, finding clarity in numbers, while the morning's waking up. Watching patterns flow, 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 flow with the morning. Ooh, letting wisdom grow, 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 grow with the learning. Each candlestick painting stories clear, teaching lessons if you know how to hear. Red and green dancing on my screen, speaking truths about what might have been. Patient moments turn to understanding, while my coffee cools, wisdom expanding. You show me past the peaks and valleys to each end. Surely teaching discipline through each rally. In these quiet hours we share our dance. Numbers flowing, giving life its chance. Steam rising from my cup, while these charts are lighting up, finding clarity in numbers, while the morning's waking up. Let it flow, let it breathe. Morning wisdom sitting free. Let it rise, let it be. Finding peace in what I see.
Early morning stillness, just you and me. Coffee pot brewing, charts on my screen. Every ripple in my cup shows me something new. Just like market trends, they're giving me a clue. Watch it rise and fall, both seeming lines. Morning meditation sharpening my mind. I can read these patterns like they're speaking clear, teaching me the rhythm of the day that's near. Every line tells a story, tells a story. Every trend holds a truth, holds a truth. Sip and study slowly, study slowly. That's what I gotta do, that's what I gotta do. Numbers dance before me in the morning light. While my coffee cools, I'm reading signs just right. Some days flow easy, some test my grace, but I keep my focus, set my own pace. Measure movements, calculated plays, learning from each pattern as the market sways. In this quiet moment, everything
watch it flow. Let me know. Sha-la-la, see it grow. Oh, 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 now you know. Every line tells a story, tells a story. Every trend holds a truth, holds a truth. Sip and study slowly, study slowly. That's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Morning wisdom brewing, charts and coffee flowing. Patterns keep on moving. That's the way we'll go. That's the way, that's the way we're going.
Early bird energy, just me and these lines. Numbers keep flowing, yeah, time after time. Steam from my cup like the thoughts in my mind. Quiet spaces where patterns align. Got that morning mindset locked and loaded. Screens lit up before the sun's posted. Brainwaves wavy, but I stay focused. This is how the day gets coded. Sipping slow, watching close, mind in the zone. That's how it goes. That's just how. Every move calculated and bold. Building my vibe as the day unfolds. Breakfast with data, yeah, that's how I feast. Analytics hit different when streets still asleep. Got my system down pat, no need to compete. Just me and these numbers in perfect repeat. Morning ritual, got me centered and clean. Filter my thoughts like it's fresh caffeine. Stack my odds before others' routine. This quiet grind about to make me beam. Sipping slow, watching close, mind in the zone, that's how it goes. That's just how, that's just how. Every move calculated and bold. Building my vibe as the day unfolds. First light hit different now. Found my rhythm, found my style. Morning moves, that's my profile.
I saw you trade, raw talent, unafraid, but clicking without a plan. Need to help you understand. Watch and wait, calculate, time to elevate. Learn, trade, win, break it down and start again. Trade, win, make it move and then take it fire. Every chart tells a sign, reading patterns, matching time. Watch you grow with every trade, as the lessons sink and fade. Getting stronger day by day, making moves the right way. Learn, trade. each decision that you make. Feel the pulse beneath the screen. Every choice, every stake. Now I see you've changed, mind and skills arranged. Trading with the flow, everything you know. Ready for the show. Watch your journey begin. Rising higher, higher, higher. Digital warrior, in sync with the rhythm inside. Every line sand dissolves into pure light, rising higher than before, breaking through what holds me down. Feel the pulse beneath my feet, let it lift me from the ground. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Clear as water, sharp as steel. Every signal I can feel, dancing through electric waves, finding truth in empty space. Rising higher than before, breaking through what holds me down. Feel the pulse beneath my feet, let it lift me from the ground. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow, I know where to go. Moving with the flow. Moving with the flow, I know where to Something shifts inside my mind. Numbers start to align. Can't explain this feeling now. Everything slows down. Moving with the rhythm pure. Finding patterns getting short. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves, time dissolves. Clear as morning, sharp as light. Every move feels right. Instinct guides me through the flow. Let the moment go. Every signal crystal clear. What I sought is finally here. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves, time dissolves.
Let it flow through me. Let it show me the way. Let it grow in me. Let me stay in this space.
Found the balance, found the way. Everything in play. Mind and body synchronized. Nothing left to hide. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. Time dissolves when I'm in the zone. Rising higher on my own. I send you this message straight from my mind. When everything clicks, leaving chaos behind. Feel the pulse in my veins as I start to flow. Time starts bending, letting everything go. Racing thoughts slow down. In the zone, time dissolves. Everything becomes clear. Each pattern I see brings me closer to you. Every signal I read tells me just what to do. Breath gets steady, heart beats in time as I rise through the layers of this fire. Watch the world fade out. In the zone, time dissolves. Everything becomes clear. Lost count of the hours, found something divine, connected to power that was always mine. La, 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 la. Feel it coming. And wait, every move calculate in the pulse of market waves. Your mind stays focused, brave. I see your patience grow with every ebb and flow. Let me guide you higher still, past the limits of your will. Beyond the screen, you break free into reality. You'll see. Charts and numbers dance in time. Spirit starts to climb. Every trade refines your art. Each signal sets you apart. Wisely, rising, ever rising, breaking boundaries day by day. Trading, learning, always turning, finding wisdom in your way. On the screen, you'll break free. Victories draw near in this realm of endless trade. Watch your mastery cascade. Let the rhythm take control. Feel the markets in your soul.
listen up, this ain't about me, it's about you. Every morning grinding one do, charts and patterns speaking truth. Market wisdom flowing smooth, connected minds all breaking through. Community that's tried and true, building wealth we're coming through. Learn the game and follow through, that's what winners always do.
Small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high, nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. When you feel lost, I'll show the way. When markets cross, just hear me say, together in love. Together we rise up high. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We rise together. Patterns in motion, perfectly clear, like stars aligning when you persevere. Late night vibes, just me and my screens, watching numbers dance, know what it means. Minds wide open, feeling so alive. Pattern speaking to me, time and time to thrive. Breaking through the noise, finding perfect poise. Learn the flow, trade the moment, winning's all I know. Rising high, never so low. Watch me as I grow. 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 Charts and lines become a symphony. Each move precise, pure harmony. Fans asking why you're still awake, but they don't see the moves I'm about to make. Some call it luck, but I put in the work. Studied every signal, every rise and fall. Now I'm in my element, pure focus, pure intent, pure intent. Breaking through the noise, finding perfect poise. Finding perfect poise. Learn the flow, trade the moment, winning's all I know. Rising high, never so low. Watch me as I grow. Watch me as I grow. Watch me as I grow. Oh, we go carry. This is how we fly. Patterns of motion, touching the sky. We rise, we rise, we rise.
Learn, trade, win, till the morning begins. Data streams through machines. I analyze, I synchronize. Watch them rise, watch them fall. Read the wall, make the call. Pattern spin, deep within. Let's begin. Learn to win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Till the morning begins. I see the patterns in the waves moving through the digital space. Every pulse, every beat, teaching me what's underneath. Processing pure information, building my determination. Mind aligned, lines defined, time refined, victory signed. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Learn, trade, win. Till the morning begins. We begin again.
Trading through the night, when stillness speaks to me. Charts light up my screen. Time moves differently in the sacred space where patterns race. Through my mind so clear as others disappear. When the world sleeps, my mind awakens. Every trade flows like meditation. I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. Win, it's written in the signs. Learn, trade, win. We rise and rise. Fighting with the market flow. Heart on strong when others go. Finding alpha in the night. Take flight. DMs blow up my phone, but I trade alone. In this quiet room where wisdom blooms. Every candle shows the way this market flows. Signals getting strong, algorithms dancing. Diamond hands engaged, no more romancing. watching and waiting, day after day, moving in motion, finding my way, patterns at play, showing the signs, patience is paid, one step at a time. Can you feel it coming? See the signs aligning, every moment moving toward what we've been finding. Learn, trade, win, win, win tonight. Learn, trade, win, win, win this time. Minutes to moments, flowing like waves. Data is dancing, showing the way. Focus and feeling, follow through. Time keeps revealing what's tried and true. Moving, moving, deeper, deeper, higher, higher, closer, closer. Learn, trade, win, win, win tonight. Time is teaching, time is reaching, time is leading us home. I see you there, working late, taking care to find your way. Each small step, day by day, building strength, breaking lanes. Together we rise up high, nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We learn together, trade, the trade is won, victory has come.
Listen up, this ain't about me, it's about you. Every morning grinding what do, charts and patterns speaking truth, market wisdom flowing smooth, connected minds all breaking through, community that's tried and true, building wealth we're coming through, learn the game and follow through, that's what winners always do.
Small step, day by day, building strength, breaking waves. Together we rise up high, nothing can hold us down. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. When you feel lost, I'll show the way. When markets cross, just hear me say, together in love. Together we rise up high. Together we touch the sky, making our dreams come true. We rise together. Trading through the night, still speaks to me. Charts light up my screen. Time moves differently in the sacred space where patterns race. Through my mind so clear as others disappear. When the world sleeps, my mind awakens. Every trade flows like meditation. I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. When it's written in the signs, learn, trade, win. We rise and rise. Vibing with the market flow. Heart on strong when others go. Finding alpha in the night. We take flight. DMs blow up my phone, but I trade alone. In this quiet room where wisdom blooms. Every candle shows the way this market flows. Signals getting strong, algorithms dancing. Diamond hands engaged, no more romancing. I study every line. Trade, I make the moment mine. When it's written in the sign. steadily rise, eyes on the lines, mind in sync, grind don't stop. Numbers flow up and down, but I stay locked in my spot. Studying patterns day by day, learning from every fall. Connected minds in the digital space, together we stand tall. We rise as one, knowledge shared with everyone. Standing strong, can't go wrong when we move as one. La la la, we rise. La la la, we climb. We climb. Red or green, I stay serene. Reading signs, making moves. Every L just makes me lean into what I got to prove. Discord fam got my back when times get rough and raw. Sharing wisdom, staying on track. That's what we're fighting for. Learn, trade, win, together we rise. Bulls up, bears down, stay wise, together we thrive. We rise as one, knowledge shared with everyone. With everyone, standing strong, can't go wrong when we move as one. We rise, we climb.
I see you shaking my debris. Let me show you how a real one gets paid. You stop lost, looking juicy, I'ma take that shit. Watch your position crumble while I make that split. Emotional little bitch, I see you hesitate. While you're frozen up in fear, I calculate. Been studying your patterns, know just when you fold. Your weakest strategy's about to get controlled. I ain't playing games, this ain't no fucking sport. I'm that bitch who takes your money, leaves you short. Every time you FOMO in, I'm selling high. By the time you figure it out, your accounts run dry. Cold-blooded executioner, that's what I do. Systematic elimination coming for you. Watch me scalp your profits with surgical precision while you're crying on Reddit about your bad decisions. Can't handle the pressure, better log right out, cause I feast on bitches with emotional doubt.
Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need. Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need.
Fuck your technical analysis, I read your mind. Know exactly when you break, it's just a matter of time. Your hands are made of paper, mine of titanium. I'll liquidate your ass straight to oblivion. Charts looking bearish, watch me flip that shit. While you're panic selling, I'm accumulating it. This ain't personal, baby, just business sense. But watching you lose, everything brings pure suspense.
You thought you had an edge, bitch, I am the blade. Cut it through your portfolio like a fucking raid. Everything you build up, I'ma tear it down.
King me, checkmate, now bow to the crowd. See the difference between you and me. I don't let emotions climb my strategy. I'm calculated, cold, precise, and mean. While you're just another sucker on my screen.
Your fear is my feed. Your panic's what I need. Your fear is my feed.
Maniac on that.
Market Mavericks, mind the movement. We mastering this money mission, watch and learn.
First time I stepped in, feeling fresh and free, thinking trading's easy, that ain't meant to be. Paid my tuition through the losses, yes indeed, till I found my family in the LTWD. What you know about patience when the pressure's high? What you know about staying cool when profits fly? Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, pure precision. Precision plotting, properly positioned. Pattern recognition, got my mind conditioned. Moving militant with market mathematics. While amateurs panic, we stay systematic. Breaking barriers with calculated actions. Fast-paced phrases, Messi's price reactions. Stacking profits like I'm stacking syllables. Critical thinking keeps us invincible. Discord army, we stay sharp and ready. Base camp building, keeping movement steady. Market manipulation can't defeat us. Teacher taught us how to read and beat this. You know about patience when the pressure's high? What you know about staying cool when profits fly? Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, pure precision. Slow it down, let me break it to your plane. Every loss we take becomes a lesson gained. Patient players prosper through the market pain, while others fold we maintain, remain, retain. Technical precision, timing's everything. Moving with conviction when the bells ring. Market master making major moves. Building better patterns, breaking through. Fast flow matches how the price be running. Always analyzing, never front running. Discord warriors drop the wisdom daily. Learning lessons, living life less lazy. Strategy stacked and system set. Profit protected, no room for regret. This is warfare waged with wisdom wide. Trading trenches, take the winning side. Watch me work a wicked word selection, while my wallet shows the win collection. Learn to trade and trade to win. That's the path we've always been. Market Mavericks, mind the movement. We mastering this money mission. Learn, trade, win, that's our vision.
Watch me calculate, calibrate. Precision's what I demonstrate. Cold blood pumping, mind state elevate. Y'all ain't ready for what I create.
Calculated killer, ayy, market thriller. Play it smart, get it harder. Solid starter, calculated killer. Facts, never bitter. Make it hard, hit the target. Perfect Parker, yeah. Precise moves, never lose, that's the protocol. Clock ticking while I'm picking out the perfect call. Ain't no rushing when I'm crushing competition to the wall. Stack attacks, facts match, watch me break the fall. Quick switch, flip, script, tips, rip strips off the chart. Smart part, hard art, tear the game apart. Been my time since the day that I would start. Now they all follow when I apply my perfect mark. Strike, right, time, right, mind, take, shine, right, now, fight, height, might. Pattern recognition got me locked and loaded up. Numbers dance before my eyes, while profits show me love. Analytics in my veins, I'm strategic when I cut. Push and pull the perfect tool, I know just when to strut. Methodical, analytical, statistical drive. Critical, pivotal, individual vibe. Watch and wait until it's time to come alive. Then I strike with perfect time and watch me thrive. Slow it down, let me break it to you clean. Everything I got, I earned through discipline. Patience is the power that'll make you mean. Weigh and watch, then strike, that's how we win. How we win, how we win, how we win. Back up in it with the quickness, witness this precision. Split second decisions, crystal clear vision. No permission needed for this demolition. Competition wishing they could match my composition. Tactical, practical, mathematical mind. Strategical, radical, handling time. Watch me stack it, pack it, crack it, then I shine. Perfect pattern, matter of fact, I'm too refined. Calculated killer, market thriller. Brand smart, get it hard. Solid starter, calculated killer. Never bitter, make it on, hit the target. Perfect parker, game over, game over. Hey, calculated, game over.
Wait, right, take another can of birds. You ready? Let's go! Jumped in the trade like it's do or die. Price flew up, now it's kissing the sky. Fake out drop, yeah, the stop was mine. And you be moving like it's lost his mind. I got zones, I got plans, I got patience in my hands. But it don't care, it's one sight. Green 1 minute, then full red flight. I scream at the screen, but it don't scream back. This mark is a beast and it's on the attack. One false move and you're tossed in the fire. But I'm built for this, pain tills my desire. No mercy, just movement, cold and precise. You blink, you're gone, pay the trader's price. Chasing the edge, I'm riding the storm. In this chaos, my will is reborn. I've been wrecked, I've been played, but every loss is a blade. Sharper now, I don't flinch no more. This ain't luck, it's a mental war. I won't break, I bend and I strike. Trading stars in the dead of night. Breathing the fear, exhale the doubt. And cues loud, but I'm louder, I shout. Taking my soul, but I'm playing your game. I rise, I fall, I bleed, I crawl, but I still come back and I give it my all. You can't break me, not today. This track cuts deep, but it won't fade away.
Woke up at 6, charts lit like a flare. Coffee in hand, I take my trader's chair. NQ on the screen, moving like it's on fire. Up 30 points, now we're spitting out wires. Wicks like whips, slapping dreams on the low. Thought it was a breakout site, fake show. Liquidity hunting, stops getting bled. It pumps like a king, then dumps you instead. And you be wildin', wildin', heart rate rising, one tick in, now I'm analyzing. Breakouts break me, fake out, shake me. This ain't a market, it's a straight up daydream. Me wild, who be wildin', fast like lightning, slaying my stops, man, this chart's exciting. You think you got it? Nah, it's a trap. Welcome to the jungle, better check that map. Indicator climb, bro, I'm out of clues. EMA's drunk and the RSI snooze. Price moves clean, that's a straight up myth. It jukes left and right, now you're off the cliff. The algos dance, tick for tick precision. Retail guessing while they making decisions. My setup's fire, but the market don't care. It flipped the whole zone like truth or dare. And you be wildin', heart rate rising, one tick in, now I'm analyzing. Breakouts break me, fake out, shake me. This ain't a market, it's a straight up daydream. And you be wildin', fast like lightning, slaying my stops, man, the chart's exciting. You think you got it? Nah, it's a trap. Welcome to the jungle, better check that map. I'm scalping ghosts, I'm trading smoke. NQ's laughing, man, this ain't no joke. But I'll be back with a plan so tight, cause even NQ gotta sleep at night. So if you ride with NQ, better bring your A game. Respect the beast or it'll burn your name. Volatile dreams in a pixel storm. This market's chaos, but it's how legend was.
It moves in shadows, creeps in the night. Gold got a mind that don't act right. Fake calm, but it holds that rage. Sleep on it once, now you trapped in the trade. Flight to safety or panic play. One headline hit is a runaway. I'm up my levels with blood and care, but it still breaks hearts like it just don't care.
Gold got mood swings, jumping out the gate. 1 minute smooth, next ceiling fade. Quiet like a whisper, then boom with a bang. Breaking all structure, killing your plan. It ain't just metal, it's a living flame. Dancing on dreams, never moves the same. Gold got mood swings, best stay wise. You blink once, there go your prize.
Lose, drop, spike, FOMC night fight. Inflation fears or rate hike tears. They'll jump 10 points just to shift the gears. You ain't trading metal, you trading pride. It pulls you deep, then flips the tide. You thought it was done, now this is the start. Gold don't care about your fibs or your chart.
I seen it pause for hours, then explode in seconds. Whips our dreams, golden lessons. It don't follow rules, it breaks them, then rewrites them, then rewrites them. Gold got mood swings, don't get caught. Moves like a queen, cold but hot. You chase, you lose, that's how it plays. You wait, you strike, that's how you stay. A mirror to fear, a lover to pain. Gold ain't a trade, it's a hurricane.
It's not just a chart, it's alchemy. Turn your peace into panic. That's gold.
in my favor. Gold in my favor. Gold. Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience paid off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor.
They rushing loud, I'm moving silence. Gold made me rich off pure compliance. Rules I wrote, now I live them slow. Seeing that setup, yeah, I let it grow. No fear trades, I'm built from loss. Every scar taught me how to boss. Gold's my canvas, I paint in ticks. Turn pullbacks into candle wicks.
Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience paid off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor.
Woke up, check the zone, still valid. Entry hit smooth, now the chart look lavish. People chase hype, I chase the truth. Go show love when your mind got proof. I don't flinch when it starts to dance. I'm the reason price got that glance. Strategy cold, discipline rare. Why they guess I breathe market air.
Every move I take, gold in my favor. Patience paid off, now I taste the flavor. Profit so clean, don't need no savior. I'm the one, go feel the labor. Stack these wins with grace and fire. I don't fold, I climb higher. Gold in my lane, flowing like fate. Marked my zone, now I dominate.
I see you watching how I move, trying to figure out the rules, but what you see ain't what it seems. I got the keys to everything. Charts don't lie, emotions die when you follow what you know. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Let the numbers guide you slow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Steady hands will make it grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. That's the game I'm gonna show. Started out like you, chasing fast money moves. Lost it all one time, had to pay my dues. Now I study patterns like a sacred art. Keep my feelings locked away, that's being smart. Every morning grinding, watching lounge events. Nothing left to chance, this ain't no romance. Build it brick by brick, no shortcuts here. Patience is the path that got me in the clear. They all wanna know how I stay so cool when the pressure's high and the stakes are cruel. But I learned the hard way, yeah, I paid my price. Now I'm sharing wisdom, hope you take advice. Charts don't lie, emotions die when you follow what you know. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Let the numbers guide you slow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. Steady hands will make it grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. That's the game I'm gonna show. See the signals clear when my mind is right. Keep my moves strategic through the day and night. Build my empire slow, yeah, that's my style.
Watch and learn the game, it took me quite a while. No more rush decisions, no more foolish plays. Calculated steps through all these market waves. When they panic sell, I keep my head straight. That's the difference between good and being great. Sometimes I sit back and think about the lessons. Every loss became a blessing. Now I'm teaching what I know. Cause charts don't lie, that's how we grow. That's how we grow. That's how we grow. Charts don't lie, emotions die. When you follow what you know, follow what you
Screens light up the room, another late shift soon. Charts moving slow, but I already know. Started out confused, watching numbers move. Didn't understand, money slipped through my hand. Lost more than I planned, but something in me changed. Studied every trade, found patterns in the game. Learn the moves, make the trade. Stack it up, calculations made. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. While they sleep, learn the moves, make the trade. Patient mind, watch it play. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. 2 years in the grind, reading every sign. Market on my mind, left the fear behind. Now I see it clear, when to hold, when to steer. Numbers tell the tale, never gonna fail. Watching candlesticks climb, red to green in time. Building up my worth, put the hours in first. Learn the moves, make the trade. Stack it up, calculations made. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. Learn the moves, make the trade. Patient mind, watch it play. Every night I'm getting paid, while the whole world fades away. Late night, bright screen, studying the scene. Every pattern that I'm seeing got a meaning. No more random moves, no emotional choosing. Calculated steps, that's how I keep improving. Watching volume spike, timing's gotta be right. Reading RSI, boundaries in sight. Some call it luck, but they don't know the word. I was analyzing charts till my eyes hurt. Built my strategy, now I'm moving clean. No more formal trades, no more chasing schemes. Discipline is key, that's the only way. Night shift, grind until I see the break of day. Moment of truth, charts about to move. Hands steady now, this is what I do. I study hard, make the trade, pay my dues. Every night, watch me while the whole world fades away.
Learn, trade, win. Yeah, that's the motto we live in. Facts. Every loss made me stronger, now I'm never giving in.
Started at the bottom, looking at them charts all day. Red numbers hit different when your rent late. Studied every pattern till my eyes went blank. Now I move different, got a different rank. Used to chase the quick flip, ended up in pain. Had to learn patience, had to train my brain. Watching all these suckers make the same mistakes, while I'm in the back plotting my escape. Years of preparation, analyzing trends. Cold nights grinding while they playing pretend. Now my phone stayed buzzing, numbers looking right. Made it through the storm, now I see the light. Living by the system that I built myself.
Knowledge is the currents more than money and wealth. Watch me stack my wins like it's mathematics. While they moving sloppy, I stay calculated. Learn, trade, win, that's the way. Every day we begin, stack it up. Learn, trade, win, never stop till we all eating good again. Mirando los números, estudiando juego. While these fools sleeping, yo no tengo sueño. Aprendí las reglas, now I break the code. Desde abajo hasta arriba, that's how the story goes. Lost 100 times, but I'm still here standing. Cada pérdida taught me new understanding. Now I move smooth like agua en el rio. Got the perfect timing, that's my estilo. All my people eating, we don't stress no more. Built an empire from the knowledge that I stored. Every win I get, I spread gain to my team. Now we all up, living out a scheme. Money flowing steady like a natural stream. Got these fools watching like it's on the screen, but they don't see the work behind the scenes. Years of losses turned into victories. Had to reshape my mind, leave the fear behind. Now I'm in my prime, watch me shine. Learn, trade, win, that's right. Every day we begin, always. Learn, trade, win, forever, till we all eating good again. I watched the patterns play out. They all said I wouldn't make it, but the numbers speaking loud while they still out here faking. Yeah, numbers don't lie, that's why I rely on what I can prove, not what they try. Pattern to pattern, I multiply. Learn from the losses, then watch fly. Let it fly, let it fly. Numbers don't lie, yeah, they tell me why. Some people lose while others rise high. Follow the facts and let them guide. Been patient, now watch me thrive. Started with nothing but time on my screen. Studying movements, know what they mean. Painting my brain from the mistakes I made, but every L taught me how to get paid, yeah. Moving methodical, mind over feels. Data don't change, but the emotion steals. Build my foundation brick by brick, now watch me calculate every flip. Patience paying off, they can't understand how I stay cool when the pressure land. Focus forward, never looking back. Keep it clean while they moving slack. Yeah, facts, facts. Took my time to learn the rules while they rushed and playing fools. Now they ask me how I knew, but I just let the numbers move. People want quick wins, instant gains. I build my system through the pain. Analyze the flow, recognize signs while they chase. How I read between lines, monitor movements, master the math. Calculate decision based on proof, calculate choices down to the last. Every decision based ain't trends, why they gambling on the roof. This ain't luck, looking pure performance dance. Watch a lesson that I earned, big facts. Numbers don't lie, that's why I rely on what I can prove, not what they try. Pattern to pattern, I multiply. Learn from the losses, then watch fly. Let it fly, let it. Numbers don't lie, yeah, they tell me why. Some people lose while others rise high. Follow the facts and let them guide. Been patient, now watch me thrive. Keep watching patterns play out while I stack it higher. Numbers speak loud, never get tired. Yeah, we are.
LearnTradeWin. LearnTradeWin. Let's Y'all move pieces random, I calculate precise. While you chase quick profits, I'm strategizing twice, 10 steps ahead. Your basic moves I can predict. This ain't no simple game, my method's scientific. Rapid calculations, market oscillations. You stuck on one move plans, I'm seeing combinations. Bank account elevation through smart navigation. While y'all keep hesitating, I'm accumulating. Check your mate, don't hate, this ain't debate. You moved too late, I already sealed your fate. My mind's a supercomputer processing gains, while y'all still confused by simple price change. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, get it. Pawns advanced strategic, every move methodic. While y'all play checkers, I'm out here encyclopedic. Quick with the statistics, flowing algorithmic. Brain automatic, profit systematic. Fuck what you heard about fast cash and luck. I studied patterns till my vision got stuck. Now every chart I see reveals the truth. Market manipulation can't shake my groove. Queen takes bishop but controls the field. Knowledge is power, that's my strongest shield. Call me grandmaster of this trading floor, while y'all still learning what the game is for. Patience in motion, strategic devotion. Watch and learn, feel the burn. Learn, trade, win. Accelerate the pace, leave no trace. Your simple strategies I'll straight replace with complex calculations, market domination, pure dedication, no hesitation. Been in the lab while y'all been sleeping, studied the craft while y'all been creeping. Now watch me demonstrate perpetual check while your account balance hits the deck. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, that's the system. Checkmate, game over. Level up, game over. Learn, trade. Started from the bottom with a phone in my hand. Everybody laughed when I said I had a plan. Small account vibes, but my mindset was grand. Now them same folks wanna know where I stand. Been up since 5, studying every line. While they waste time, I'm reading every sign. First few trades hit me like a brick wall, but I ain't give up, now I learn from every fall. You're wasting time, that's what my daddy said. Get a real job, man, I mess with my head. But I kept pushing, kept my focus tight. Now my account growing, future looking bright. Hey, learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. My time. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn. Baby. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Red candles had me doubting everything. Green days came slow like a broken wing. But I studied hard, yeah, I paid my dues. Now I'm teaching others how to read the clues. Remember crying when I blew my first stack, but that loss taught me how to bounce back. Now I'm in my zone, reading every trend, making moves that got my whole crew fed. You thought I was crazy, glued to these screens. Now look who's winning, living out these dreams. This ain't luck, baby, this is pure skill. Years of grinding up this market here. They said I couldn't make it, but I did. Said I should quit trading. Never did. Now look who's calculating, all day. While they stay hating. Hey. every day. Learn, trade, win. That's my daily grind. Been patient with it. Now it's my time. Watch and learn. I stay quiet, why they loud? Keep it cool, in the crowd. Watching charts, day and night. Taking notes, got my lane. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Lost it all back in May. Learn my rules, found my way. No emotions when I trade. Calculate every play. Check the trends, read the signs, take my time. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Started from zero, now I'm up. Studied the game, built it up. Losses taught me what I know. Now I move smart, watch it grow in my zone. Trust on screen, everything moving clean. No distractions, clear mind. Perfect timing, by design. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent money. Yeah. Watch and learn. Silent moves. That's how we do it.
Yeah. You fuck that weak shit. I stay focused. Why they all quit? Let's go. All day I grind, screen in my face. Numbers align, set my own pace. Fuck what they say. I got my way. Most walk away, but I'm gon' stay. Quick with the clicks, mindful of tricks. Ain't no look shit, pure analytics. Watch how I move, call it precise. Ready to prove, bid it their price. Wait and strike, do it right. Learn the game, stack the game. Patient hunt, front to front. This my time, watch me climb. Fuck all the noise, clear out my head. Make the right choice, stack up this bread. Quick on the draw, but timing is key. Study the law of supply, yeah. D, charts tell the truth, data don't lie. Here's the proof, watch profits fly. Discipline tight, mind in the zone, do this shit right. I'm on throne.
Down, take a breath, every L just shows the test. Build it up, break it down, analyze without the stress. Then
Back in attack, flow like a pro. Stay on the track, watch numbers grow. Cut through the shit, trust what I know. Win bit by bit, put on a show. Every move planned, nothing by chance. Take my stance, seize my advance. Quick with the wits, sharp as a blade, making hits. Getting paid, getting paid. Ring, 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 ring.
Charts on my screen, mind in the zone, studying patterns while I'm all alone. Fuck all the bullshit, this ain't no game. When I hit that trade, watch the profit rain. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Quick with the clicks, analysis tight. Market's moving, but I time it right. See that signal, I don't hesitate. Years of losses taught me how to navigate. Finger on the trigger, heart beating fast. Each trade I take, built from lessons past. Fucking with precision, watch how I flow. Red to green, baby, that's how we go. Charts telling stories, I read them clear. While amateurs panic, I persevere. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Community strong, we share what we know. Each trade we take helps the other one grow. Fuck the FOMO, we stay calculated. Patient assassins, highly rated. Break down resistance, support won't bend. Technical masteries where we transcend. Keep it controlled, no emotional trades. That's how the real fucking money gets made. Discord buzzing, knowledge flowing free. Real-time updates from LTW family. Chart patterns forming, we spot them quick. Experience taught us which ones to pick. Slow it down, let me tell you something clear. Every loss I took brought me right here. Built my strategy through blood and tears. Now I execute without any fears. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Time to accelerate, watch how I close. Each trade I take, building verbose. Rapid execution, precision sharp. Like a fucking sniper in the dark. No hesitation
Let's go,
when I see the
guys.
sign. Years of practice got my skills refined. Community backing every move I make. That's why this shit isn't cards till they knew my name. This ain't luck, this is pure damn skill. Watch how we fucking climb up
Good
this
morning,
hill.
good morning.
Learn, trade, motherfucking win. That's the mindset that we're always in. Discord army, we don't ever quit. Making
Numbers came in really bad for that payroll thing. I'm not sure if that means we're going up or down.
We're going up and down, probably.
Okay.
Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. How is everyone? Lebonsky, yes. 3K. You only have one test on futures, so you make 3K before you lose 2,500. It is a trailing drawdown. If you don't understand that, make sure either ask or watch a video or something. Essentially, as you go into profit, the 2,500 moves with you. So if you make $1,000, then the 2,500 now is, you know, $1,000 higher. So say you started the account and you're at 2,500, so you're at 47.5, and you make $1,000. Now your trailing drawdown is at 48.5. So yeah, but that's it. You do that, and then you just then you're funded, and then you go from there. That's one of the nice things about the funded companies. But yeah, and crown, the numbers don't really matter, but well, to me, I don't really care what the numbers are. It's still just the chart. So, or is it going up or down? You know, not a question for me.
You don't care.
I trade where the traders are. If the traders think the price is going up, then the price is going down. Is that a good answer for you? If the traders believe because the numbers came in that the price is going down, then the price is going to go up. That's how I look at it.
Well, can you answer me by explaining what you think that they think the price is going to do? That I know whether or not.
Well, the way it looks like it went up, but not really. Nothing happened is the problem, so it's going to be tough to explain any of it. You got to understand also that not everybody trades this, right? Like, people don't realize that there's a lot of traders that, you know, they come to the charts, let's just say, and I mean, I'm not going to anticipate what you knew or what you didn't know when you first started trading, but I'm going to say that most traders, right? Most traders show up to the charts, they watch some YouTube videos, they learn support resistance or supply demand or SMC or, you know, something along those lines. They'll learn a strategy that they're going to trade by, and they don't even know what news is, let alone when it's dropped, when it's not dropped, anything else. They have absolutely no clue. And if you knew that when you started trading, by all means, but I'll be honest with you, most new traders don't even realize that news even affects the market. They just expect when it hits their level or hits their area that they're going to short or long regardless of anything that's happening. Why? Because that was the level, that's what a YouTube video showed them, and that's what they believe technical analysis is. So once you get to the bearish order block, you short. Once you get to the supply zone, you short. It doesn't matter what's going on. So how much does the news affect? It all depends on the day, and that you know, effect is what we're looking for. We're looking for the reaction of the news, right? We're looking for the wicks, you know, just like yesterday with NQ. I mean, this NQ wave's been riding the whole time. I posted this on NQ yesterday afternoon. If anybody goes back in the live chat, I posted it yesterday afternoon. This candle came down. We tapped it perfectly. I actually took a short right here, back into this 0.5, and then this was after close, so I didn't get involved here. But last night, if you traded this session, which I didn't, I went to sleep, you could have took another long, back off of it, and yet again this morning, here we were. Once you broke this level, you could have shorted down, or you could have took your long back up again if you wanted to. Completely up to you. But I mean, these levels sometimes just play and continue to. So it's just all in how they react, right? But news or no news,
I couldn't have done nothing. I looked at that and said, no, I'm out. Goodbye. I'm not a reactive trader. I'm a very slow trader.
Well, yesterday we had the end of day trade. The first one did absolutely nothing. The second one tapped me in. I mean, I don't know if you were there or not. I don't think so. But anyway, the second one tapped me in and then went and hit my stop. So at the close, I took this candle right here, because this was a close candle, and I took this candle short and shorted it down and made back the stop that the end of day trade tapped, and then another couple $100 out of it. So I mean, those are just things that you have to, I mean, this trade right here, this candle before, it tapped me in, so I was looking short in this candle, this first candle, and it tapped me in and then pulled back up, which made this wick. So the next candle, when it opened up for the close, I took the short back down into it, made the money back. And that's the whole thing. If you guys are confident with your trades and how price moves, then it doesn't really matter. As long as your stops aren't astronomical, it doesn't really matter if you take a stop. You take a stop, you look for the next trade. The next trade gives you all the money back from the stop and a couple $100, you know, or more, depending on how it runs. So sometimes you got to look at it like that, and then you're not so big into revenge trading, because just because you take a stop doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, your setup or your entry or your thought process was wrong. It just means that,
like yesterday. Yesterday, I got in on that short a little too early, and
yeah,
came up and she tapped my stop loss, and my stop loss was the actual top.
Oh no! Yeah, see, that happens. That happens sometimes too, unfortunately. It's not great. Never good to hear. I hate that. But, I mean, it can happen. So...
I know, but it was like, if I'd have just dragged back my stop loss even $100, I was
yeah,
like, shitting me, man?
but once you drag your stop loss back $100 next time, now you lose an extra 100 and it still goes down right after it hits your stop. Right? That's the problem.
No.
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 No. There's no, Crown. You don't know that's the problem.
No,
so
no.
you're better off. Here's the problem. You're better off to take the stop and then look for another entry. That's the whole thing. If your strategy is good, right? If your strategy is consistently profitable, then you take the stop, you move on, you enter the next trade, you get your money back. It doesn't matter. It's just like playing cards. I always try to say this about playing cards. You know, if you get pocket aces and you get beat, that doesn't mean that you played wrong. That means that the pocket aces got beat this time. It happens. There's variance. You know, it happens. So you did everything you were supposed to. But where people get in trouble is when, you know, they start pulling stop losses and blowing accounts and over risking and adding more positions, or now, you know, they went short and it went all the way up, and as soon as their stop gets hit, they flip and they go long, and now it goes down and their stop gets hit again and stuff like that. You know, that's revenge trading. You're not following your strategy anymore. So there are, you know, there are things to it, right? But as long as your entries and exits are within your rules, right? So you're not over risking, you're managing your risk as you should, you're doing everything you're supposed to, then taking another trade isn't a problem. But if you don't have another setup and another entry, you just chalk it up as the loss and go on. You're going to have another setup and another entry. This market moves all day, every day. I mean, there's millions of opportunities, guys. Just depends on which ones you want to take advantage of and which ones you don't, right? Or you on the 1 minute?
Something.
Why? Yeah.
You mentioned something just now. What the heck was it called? Rules?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that work?
Well, you should have some rules. You should have where you're going to put your stop loss and, you know, what's your reasoning behind it. You should have where you're going to put your entry and what's your reasoning behind it. That's your rules. First, you got your setup. So the market does this or that, and you expect this or that to happen. That's your setup. Your entry all sets on your entry rules. You should have a maximum stop loss that you plan to take per trade. What is that? And why are you putting your stop loss where you are on this particular entry? If you're just putting it there just because that's your maximum stop, that's not a smart idea. That's a lot of people have exactly that problem. What they do is they say, okay, well, here's going to be my long, right? My long's going to be right here. Let's just draw it up. Nobody follow along here, guys. Everybody gets so confused and tries to follow these things, but this is your long setup. And say, okay, here's my long, and what we're going to do is let's just say we're R traders. You know, let's have some fun with it because R traders love this stuff. And what we're going to do is we're going to do 2R. So you guys get the gist. It's almost there. So that's almost 2R. We're going to do 2R. So here's our setup. Well, there's a lot of things wrong with this trade, right? Number one, why is your stop loss here? If you break this low right here, you're going down. So why is your stop loss all the way down here? Number two, why is your take profit? And this is what I can't stand about R traders. Why is your take profit right here? Why would it be there when you know that you're going to come into resistance or sellers selling this down right here? Why would it be there? And that's just how you're going to set the trade, and it just is what it is. You're either going to take profit or you're not. Why? These kind of things don't make any sense to me. You have to understand, why did you enter? Why are you taking profit at said spot? Why are you taking a stop at said spot? If you don't have the answers to any of these questions, then you need to go back and reevaluate your trading strategy, right? Because if you don't understand why it is that your stop loss is in said area, well, you have to figure out an answer to that question. And until you have the answer to that question, you probably shouldn't be putting your stop loss there. Again, if you don't have a reason for where your take profit is, then you should probably be answering that question before you're taking profit, right? Took me 6 months to figure that out. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. Of course, he's not talking to me, I don't think. Yeah. Never mind. He's talking to Awesome Boys. But yeah, I mean, these are the things, guys. And I mean, until you figure that out, Crown, you shouldn't really be, like, why'd you enter trade? And I realize some of you guys will say, well, because I felt like it was going to go up or down. And that's fine. If that's how you trade, that's great. But you still need to have some kind of rules in place that say, okay, so here's where I feel like it's not going to go down anymore. Here's where I feel like it's going to stop. I mean, you have to have some kind of, thoughts behind why you think it's going down, or why you think this is the top, or why you think that if it breaks here, it may not be going down anymore, or things of that nature, right? Because if you don't have any of that, you have to come up with that, because your entry is just important as your exit. People don't get that. Your exit is super, super, super important. You have to understand why you're exiting. And I'm not talking about, exiting because you're in profit and you took profit and I'm talking exiting either way. You have to exit the position. Once you enter it, you have to exit it. So why are you exiting? If you get stopped, why are you exiting where your stop loss is? If you take profit, why are you exiting where your take profit is? Say it's just a TP1, yes, so you take 50%. Why is the reasoning? If you're, still pulling your stop into profit and running with it, well, why are you doing that? At what point are you pulling your stop into profit, and what is the reasoning behind it? Why is that your exit point? You understand? You have to have answers to these questions.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I pull it in as soon as it gets into profit because I'm scared to take a loss.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, believe it or not. And the reason I tell you this, Dennis, is because as you start pulling it into profit, once it gets into profit, you're not risking much, and you're watching how it reacts and how the market actually moves. And as you spend more time watching this while in a trade, because that's a stressful situation, right? And go back to your Army days, you understand what I'm talking about here. While being in this stressful situation and managing this trade, you'll get better and better and better at it. And you'll start making more and more money off of each time that you're pulling into profit, because you understand how it's moving now under those stressful conditions. And it'll just make you a better trader as time goes. All joking aside.
Because I've been trading one contract, I can't take partials, so I just have to pull it in profit and then chase it. Doing it the way I do it causes you to take some break-even hits and have to re-enter. But I'm getting better at trailing it, so that when I am taking 6 contracts, I'm just going to run 6 contracts and trail it the way I trail it with one contract.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, because all at the end of the day, and this is what I try to say, and this is why I count poker and big blinds just the same. At the end of the day, you're only talking about ticks. That's all that matters. How many ticks are you averaging? If you're averaging 10 ticks, great. Now, if you can consistently average 10 ticks, now all you have to do is say, okay, so what do I need today? Take that times your 10 ticks, and there you go. You're ready to rock and roll. Whether it be multiple accounts, whether it be multiple contracts, whether it be whatever, if you're averaging 10 ticks and you can consistently get 10, 20, whatever you want to say, right? Then all you got to do is take that times contract size or account size. That's it. I mean, it's super simple, because this is just a compound game. That's it. People make too much out of it. Everybody says, well, I want to get, 680 ticks today. Okay, great. But can you consistently get 680 ticks? If you can't, then why are we talking about it, right? Let's say what we actually can get. If you can consistently, if you can consistently get 20 ticks, that's great, right? So one contract times 680 ticks equals what? Now, how many contracts do you have to do in order to make that the same with your 20 ticks? It's the same thing, except you don't have to get the 620 ticks every freaking day. That's it. It's a simple game, guys. People just look at it wrong. It's like flying. Takeoff is optional. Landing is compulsory.
Okay, so it's like skydiving. It's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end.
Yeah. Werner's exactly right on that. I mean, if you're going to fly, once you decide to take off, yeah, you better understand how to land. That is very true.
I mean, some of us go with the any landing you can walk away from was a good one, even if it's crashed. You know what I mean? So,
Dennis, are you saying tuck and roll?
I mean, I never went through skydiving training in the Army because 17 feet per second fall rates didn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
You go into jump training at 6 foot and you come out 5'10". Like, fuck that.
Yep.
But I'm going to miss the open because Take Profit said, "Oh, give me a minute, and I'll check on that," and then never came back. And then my dad called, and I had to go reinstall my internet, which there's an outage, so I still don't have internet.
Oh man!
But I came back. She's like, "Well, just let us know and take screenshots." I'm like, "Dude, check my fucking data feed." Like, why do I not have a data feed?
Unbelievable.
So I'm going to miss the open. Maybe I'll catch the silver bullet. London would have been a nice trade too. Like, I got up, I was sitting here watching it, and then I realized I don't have data, and I'm like, son of a bitch, because we lost power last night in a storm, and I got lucky to pop back on like at 3:15 Eastern time, and it was like, okay, perfect. So I look, I'm like, yep, I'd be able to trade this if I had some fucking data.
Yep.
So, oh well, I ain't gonna stress over it, but like, I need to get back to work and pass this and get a payout before. Hoping my buddy calls me. Were you on when I told Paul that I may have a job opportunity?
You have a job opportunity?
Don't think so, Dennis.
The guy that I got into hauling campers, when it died out, he went to the security company, and he's security on these solar panel sites, and the bring home is like $7,000 or $8,000 a month. So the only catch is, each job's about a year and a half, so you have to go to the job. So, but for us, that's perfect. I'll hook up my fifth wheel and just haul ass and go to a campground.
Yeah, for real.
Because we want to get out of here anyways after all this crazy bullshit that popped off with my dad's wife and her sister.
Yeah.
Stupid crack.
So what are you going to have to do then? What are you...
Sit in a fucking car from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and fucking be security. So I'll be able to trade London session at work, come home, trade New York session, get sleep, and go back to work.
Oh, well, that ain't bad then. Huh.
But it gives me a stable income, so I know how much is coming in every month.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
We'll get medical benefits, which will help with her skin cancer stuff. Because we have to keep getting spots cut out, and it costs me, $1,100, $1,200 every time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I just unscrew myself and either win the lottery or start trading like a professional, I wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah.
We can't all be like the perceptionist, though. I'll be sitting here thinking about a trade, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, she's in it." I'm like, fuck.
She is a lot more aggressive than me by far. That's what Sonny always says. Sonny, you still here? I think Sonny's still here. I don't know. Sonny always says she trades more like me. She's aggressive like I am. I'm like, yeah, more aggressive than me for sure. So.
Yeah, fuck it. Oh well, it is what it is. These people are supposed to be, the profit team is supposed to be available from 6 p.m. to 4 in the afternoon. Why are they not answering my damn text?
Yeah, it don't make a lot of sense. I agree with you.
Like, at a minimum, give me a damn customer support number that I can call.
Yeah.
Like something. Well, normally, they've been pretty good, but, the last couple of times I've had an issue, it takes forever for them to come on. Oh, sorry, let me correct myself. It costs
No.
$1,100 to $1,200.
Why would you do that? You gotta do you like that for?
He corrected me, bro. Damn. Why you gotta check my business?
It's nothing. I'm just.
I know you just trying to be like Dennis. You want to be an asshole.
You guys.
Did it work? Did it work?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna be childish.
Mhm.
Where is Aaron right now? Jake Quellen. She might. I was gonna leave the damn antenna unplugged, but I plugged it back in, so she may not. But there's a bunch of holes in her fucking wall, so she can suck a dick. Like, I'm not having fun. Sorry, letting y'all in on a little bit of the craziness that goes on in my house.
Trying to get me another warning.
I mean, I'm probably the reason you got stopped out the first time. So, but because I'm on my hotspot, I'm not even watching the live stream because I don't want to eat up all of my bandwidth on my hotspot.
Yeah.
Well, because I have 4 charts running plus voice VC plus that. Of course, my phone has 300 megs of download, so. I should be okay, but it'd be nice if these motherfuckers would come back. Oh, yeah, let me do that. I have my nifty little magnetic charger over here. I fully charged. Yeah, so I put that hole in my dad's wall. So if I end up on that other job, we're gonna get Starlink. My buddy that does it has it. He's like, I love it. He goes, I get 300 meg downloads. It's good. He does the roaming thing, so it's expensive. But I mean, he's going down the road and has 300 meg downloads.
I like to know how it works because I was considering that. I mean, I've told everybody already. I've been considering building out a Sprinter, and that was my thought process, was that I could just put Starlink on top of it and do the same thing that I do today, still do all my live streams, still do everything else, but do it on the road. So I'd love to know how well it actually works.
It's like 165 for the roaming package that you can do that. If you're on a residential package, you can move up to 4 times a year.
Yeah. I'd have to do the roaming, obviously.
But 4 or 5 months, then you could just do a residential and move 4 times a year.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be that way. I'd want to be able to do the roaming deal, but I just want to make sure how well it actually works, because there'd be nothing. I mean, it'd be very disappointing if it didn't work well and I couldn't do what I wanted to do.
They run the way he runs. Hang on, let me see my Emma. They said they updated. Let me check. Sorry, I can't chew gum and walk at the same time. I forgot what I was trying to say. Lines intersect, I watch them play. Reading signs that point the way. Years of practice taught me how to stay cool and steady. 720. Yay, it works. They had to update my stuff.
Your take profit now works?
Yeah, everything's working now. They had to update they had to update my data market status.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. There was an update on TradeDay for some reason. I don't exactly know why, but yeah, you had to you had to do it. I just didn't know how they did it through take profit in comparison. But yeah, my funded futures did the exact same thing. It was funny though, because TradeDay did not. They must have just updated it without or not TradeDay, sorry, Tradeify. They must have just updated it and never said anything to anyone, because it works just fine, and we never had to do anything for it. So very, very odd, but either way.
Yeah, so anyway, so I asked my friend, because I was like, I want to check it, right, to see what he thinks about it. He's as happy as a puppy with 2 Peters. Like, he loves it. So, but when you do your van, you can get the mounts for it cheaper on Amazon. So they have a few mounts, but they're really expensive. You can get the mounts for it on Amazon.
Okay.
Like, he bought a mount for the roof of his car because he's sitting on the job site all overnight. So he just has it in his car.
Oh, nice. Oh.
But it's worth it, apparently. Like, it's good. It's good service. But now, if you get bad storms and stuff, it's like DirecTV, or the moisture messes with the satellite signal. So look at that, dude. 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes of market open is when they got me squared up. There and take that London high and then drop. Of course, I feel like it's, I don't know. If you get a 4-hour flip on NQ at the market open, that might not be a bad trade. It already took previous day's high, so. For anybody that wonders what I'm doing, so PD, here's your setup. If you're gonna go opposite of me, I'm waiting for it to sweep London high and then come down. So you can probably go ahead and full port a buy right now, and you'll be good.
I don't think PD's here this morning. Or I hadn't seen him yet. Let me pop in. He lurks a lot.
He's probably
then all of a
just
sudden,
sitting there listening, waiting for the nonsense I'm talking about.
I hadn't seen him this morning, but that don't mean nothing. Any of you guys that are new, poker tournament tomorrow. Free poker tournament, guys. Join the Discord. Link is in the description. Actually, I'll go ahead and drop the link.
Is that for the account, or is that just a poker tournament?
It is for a free 50K account. The winner gets a free 50K account. Oh, PD just popped in. He said, Dennis, short or long? This guy.
You missed it. Wait a minute. Since I was thinking short PD, I'm going long. One of us is gonna win. Gonna be fine.
True. Yeah, poker tournament is tomorrow, guys. My man, PD said.
The hardest part of doing this shit is actually listening to this and not sure what he's really gonna do.
What side are we using?
Just trying to figure out which side Dennis is taking so that everybody fades in.
For the poker, what are we? Which side are we using? Real
Poker.
For the poker.
Poker now.
Oh.
We're gonna use poker now. I'm gonna set up a tournament on there. I'll drop the link tomorrow in the Discord for anybody that wants to join. Again, it's gonna be free to join, guys. And then whoever wins, the winner will get a 50K account. So then we'll figure out, we've got more 50K accounts to give away as well. So we'll figure out how to do that. I mean, there's nothing you guys can lose it's free entry, guys. So if anybody wants to play, just play. Who cares whether you're any good at poker or not? Doesn't really matter. You always got that chance that maybe you win yourself a free 50K. I mean, worst you can do is waste your time. So maybe you'll have some fun. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two, right?
I mean, I go all in on 9 too. So just so y'all know.
Do we need to create an account with Poker Stars beforehand, or can we just turn up, or what way does it operate?
That's a good question. I don't think you do. Maybe I should. I don't think you do. Maybe I'll...
That was a long tennis, by the way.
Yeah, after the stream, I'll look and see. Maybe I'll just like set up a couple tables after the stream, just like a little trial thing, just for whoever happens to see the link to jump in and try it to make sure that everything works. After the stream's over, I'll end this stream and then I'll start the stream. Well, maybe I'll wait. I don't know. I've got a lot going on because I'm going to start a stream for the music channel, a live stream this afternoon, and I've got the premiere that's dropping, but at somewhere in there I'll try to drop a link in the server. Maybe just the guys that are in live chat or something can jump on, and we'll see what we can make sure that it works. Just kind of a little trial run this afternoon. I don't think you have to have an account. I think because it's website based, so I think all you have to do is go to the link, and I think you automatically can play without having to sign it up at all. So, because it's just pokernow.com, so I don't believe you have to have a account. But we'll make sure after the stream's over here.
Early morning stillness, just you and me. Coffee pot brewing.
You watching the Nasdaq crowd?
Nope.
I got on in that 15 minutes, just inside that structure, and I freaked myself out at the 618, and I got out. But it's sweeping the entire range again. I'll drop us in the chat. Remember the range? We were working within the range. That has played out absolutely beautiful. So I grabbed another couple of bucks on that, a few micros in that one. It stopped out on a gold long as well. Now look at her run. And now look at her run now. She hit the POC, but I got stopped out before she got that far. We're very range bound again now, but there's definitely some nice moves within the NQ. Let's see if the silver bullet thing that Dennis talks about is going to take off now at 3 o'clock my time, another half an hour. There's that massive 15-minute displacement candle that he talks about.
There's fair value gap traders coming in. Hopefully we can see if they'll push through them to hit stops there, guys. May be able to... How much time do we got left? Quite a bit. I think it pushes through them here, just my opinion.
We have value area low, we've got a wickless candle, and we've got the London low recovery all down there as well.
Yep. Trying to get involved here is the problem. If you took a wick and flip on the 5, maybe. Hopefully this makes sense. If you get a top wick and a flip on the 5, maybe you could take advantage of that. I'd have a hard time trying to get involved here, but... yeah, that's the thing. See, I expect it to push through here. Why? Because fair value gap traders came in long. They're long now. You saw the candle come back up and react. They're getting long. So now what you're looking for is a entry back down into it. The problem is it'll probably go through it long before we ever get another 30, but maybe not. I mean, I'm going to wait patiently and see. We'll see if they get out. I don't think they're going to get out. Again, do you want to trade within this box? Not necessarily. I'm just telling you, you know, they've came in and I think they'll push through them. Just my thoughts, right?
Can you check the NQ?
Yep, let's look. He's moving. Making her move up. Let's see where we're at. As far as there goes. Yeah, there's your wick. We're about to put a wick on this candle right here. The wickless candle you need to recover, it's right here. So that wick should come on, which should test the 0.5 of this wick here. Then we'll see where we go from there, whether she can break through that or not. And then, of course, you already know she breaks through that and recovers that wick. Then you're looking to move up to these highs here, start testing those areas.
Yeah, that's the area me and Crown was talking about earlier on today about trying to get at, trying to get an entry for it. And we had
idea what you're talking about, man.
I
have no idea what you're talking about.
I remember we were talking about that orange wickless candle over to the left. We were way
must
down.
have me confused with someone who knows what they're doing.
It was only a wickless candle,
geez.
and like, but again, getting on the entry has been a. Yeah, I was actually in that and I got out. And I look at it go.
Checking Q, I just did. Mr. Y, did you just drop that? Or am I seeing something else? Yeah, I just checked it. This is your 0.5, Paul. So that we should see a reaction from it putting a wick on that candle. We could have put a, just so you can see it from now on. Okay, so here is the wick. So you should see a reaction once it taps there to make it up to the next area, right? So it's starting to test it now. It comes down. What you're hoping for is a push back up to break those highs, and then it should pop a wick out. And this is what you're when we're talking about managing a trade. See, this is what you're talking about. Let's just say that you entered the flip of this candle, right? And let's just run through this real quick, just so everybody understands what we're talking about when we're talking about an exit. Okay, and TP1 was right here. So you hit TP1, you put your stop into profit, 1 tick. And then what do you do next? Well, once we get up and start testing the 0.5 of this wick, we keep our stop about here because we know we're going to see a bit of a reaction. Once it pops the 0.5 and starts moving up, then what do? We keep it right under the 0.5, expecting that it's going to test the top wick, right? Once it pops through and gets that top wick, then we keep it just below that, expecting what? Your next area. Right here to test this wick right here, which it just did. Now, how close you keep it here is completely up to you and what you want to give back. But let's just say that it came up, it tested, and you start getting a little, concerned that it's not going to go through, well, then tighten up your stop. Let it tap you out here. Boom, you're tapped out. Maybe you tapped out even earlier up here somewhere. Let it tap out. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if you want to give some back, you can keep your stop about here, waiting for this to come back up and pop it. Now, does that mean you don't give it back? Absolutely not. That's why I keep my stop so close. But you got to understand, I'm running, minis on this. You guys that run micros, this may not be a lot that you're giving back. For minis, you're giving back a bunch to be all the way down here. So I probably would have already been out, not going to lie. But watch what happens. If she comes back up, she tests this high and pops up to this wick, well, where are we going to put our stop then? Well, then we're going to tighten it back up and put it here and let it pop through, right? That's where our stop will go to manage this trade. And here's the test. We'll see if it pops. We need a couple more tips, couple more ticks. Come on, there's the pop. She's up. She's going to go test the high one more time, and then she'll pop up to that. She'll pop up to that stop up there. Well, she didn't quite make it up to that. And again, now you're in the trade, so where do you want to be at? Do you want to start pulling stop up? Do you not? We didn't really get a pop there. We're going to test it one more time here. Yeah, and I don't blame you. Like I said, you kind of want to see the pops as you trade this. I would probably tighten up the stop here just because it didn't pop. You're going to get one more chance to retest here. And you want to see the reaction. Let's go. See, still didn't react. I'd probably tighten up the stop a bit here. There, not quite. So I'd pull the stop up. Why? Because why give all this money back? That's just me. Is it going to go up? Maybe. Do I care? No, I don't. I can give 2 craps less. I'm going to trade the next trade. So if I was in this position at this exact point, boom, I'd have got stopped out. That's where I would have put my stop in profit. And I'd have said, okay, I'm happy with my one contract, getting me stops here, 224 ticks. I don't care. If it goes up, who cares? I don't care if it goes up another 10,000 ticks. What do I care? Hopefully I find another entry somewhere. So that's just how I look at it. I mean, for everybody else, they want to look at it differently. You still got your stop down here. Let's just say that's fine too. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm just telling you now this stop's going to get hit. It'll come down now and hit it because we never went anywhere there. So now you're going to give back. Let's just say that your stop was about right here where we were at. Now you're going to give back, 87 ticks. Do you want to give back 87 ticks? I mean, that's up to you. If you want to, go ahead. For me, I don't. I don't want to give back 87 ticks of my 224 that I just got. Why do I want to give them back? Here she comes. She's about to hit your stop now because you wanted to hold the trade longer. For what? What was the point? Now you're stopped out. Now you're stopped out and you lost 87 ticks because you said, well, I wanted to get 1,000,000 ticks out of this trade. Well, good luck. Keep trying for your 1,000,000 ticks. I'm going to take my 200 and go on. Just the way I look at it. If you look at it differently, that's completely up to you. I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. I'm just telling you how I trade and how I prefer to do it. All right. I took profit on my long here. Beautiful. Yeah. I'm usually early.
I got out, as I said. I knew it was coming back on. Well, I knew I had a fair idea because, like you said, in reality, it wasn't doing that pop through when it got through that area.
Exactly.
That'll happen a lot. So once it got up there, started rejecting. It was also on the 786, almost to the dollar off the LRT. And whenever it didn't pop through that, and it didn't pop through the previous support, so I got out with like $12 or $14.
Yep, exactly. And if you're saying, right, if you guys are saying, well, why? How do I manage? How do I get out of a trade? How do I know when to get out of a trade? Well, that would be your reasoning, right? And I mean, is it going to go up? Possibly. But are you going to risk all that back down? What happens if it comes all the way down here and breaks these lows now? Right? That could happen just the same. Am I saying that it's not going to go up, break these highs, and continue up to where we said? No, I'm not. I'm saying I wouldn't have held it through this. Real simple. So, again, if you prefer to do that, that's fine. It's just not something I'm planning to do because the trade didn't go just like Paul just said. The trade didn't go as I planned. I expect that pop to go up and take that area. That's what I want to see happen. If it doesn't happen, then my reaction didn't happen that I'm looking for here. So why would I just say, well, just because my reaction didn't happen, I still believe it's going there? And I hear this all the time. And again, I'm not going to say it's not going to go there. But are you going to tell me that it's not going to go there before doing this? And I love the people who say, see, I told you, and it goes right here. And they're like, see, I told you it was going to go there. Really? So you were going to deal with all this in order to get there? I mean, I'm glad it made it to your area, but you were going to take all this and draw down in order to accomplish that? I mean, if so, by all means. For me, no. I'm good. Yep. Man poor. Yep. I call BS. I'm not giving back. Exactly. And that's where I'm at. I'm in the same thing. As soon as it starts slowing down near my target, I tend to get out. Exactly. Man of the woods. Exactly. And that's me. If that's not, if that's not something that sets well with you, though, because I know a lot of guys say that, oh, well, that doesn't set well with me. Look at how far it went afterwards. And that's fine if it's not something that sets well with you, but you have to still take on what kind of risk do you want to take? How much do you want to give back? How much do you want to lose in order to accomplish the take profit you're looking for? You have to know that number because it could be tested at any point in time. So if you're, like we say 100 times, like I've said 100 times, if you're $1,000 in profit and your stop loss is $500 and you want to get to $1,500 in profit, then you're telling me in order to take this $1,500, you're going to risk $1,500, right? And people say, no, that's not what it is because I'm getting 3R. I'm only risking 500 to make 1,500. No, you're not. You're $1,000 in profit. So if you let that $1,000 go away and you take a $500 loss, you just did a 1R trade. That's it. If you were $1,200 in profit, you didn't even get 1R because you just lost $1,700 to try to make 15. That doesn't make any sense. But that's just me talking. Everybody will say, well, that's not the case because I'm only risking. You're risking the money that you have in profit. That's your money right now. You take it, you got it. So you get $1,300 in profit, and then you take a stop at $500 instead. That's an $1,800 loss you just took in hopes of $1,500. For what? Makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Dennis? I'm sorry.
So how'd you know what my ATR is? I mean, it doesn't stay there. I'm just saying that's what it sets at, so I get the orders on the screen.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, though. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't make any sense to me because that's not real. That's not real R to R. People like to say that, but you're risking all the money that you've made as well. So you didn't. I mean, people say, "Well, I only risked $500," but you didn't. Because you risked whatever you were in profit too. That was your money. So if you were $1,000 in profit and you took a $500 stop, you just lost $1,500. That's just the way I look at it. I'm sorry. I can't wrap my head around it a different way. I know people say that's not the case, but that's how I look at it. You had $1,000. You could have pushed close. You would have $1,000 there. So if you lost the 1,000 plus the 500, you just lost $1,500 to make what? $1,500 essentially is what we're looking at if we say it's a 3R trade. So that doesn't make sense. Here's another thought. As some traders will double the stop loss once they hit TP1. Wow. Like that really makes no sense to me. Your stop loss should be in a place for a reason. I mean, don't take it from me, guys. I don't know what I'm doing, so but in my opinion,
whoa. Don't try to steal my shit.
In my opinion, your stop loss. Yeah. Dennis. in my opinion, your stop loss should be in an area that you expect the market to reverse, or you expect that your trade idea is no longer valid. So, Werner, that really makes no sense to me. The reason that I put my stop loss under the wick is because I expect if I don't make it to recover my wick, or no comment, or whatever, I expect that the bottom, the low shouldn't be broken on this candle, because if it is broken, you expect to drive down towards the wick that was on the previous candle, or the 0.5 of the wick that's on the previous candle if you hadn't already tapped it, or something along those lines, right? So my stop loss is there because my trade's no longer valid once the stop loss is hit, and that's always an issue that I have when you're talking about, moving stop losses, or, just percentages. People like to figure trades in percentages and RRs and things of this nature, but how does this make any sense when, that's got nothing to do with how the market moves? People don't realize that the market don't care about your R. It doesn't care about the percentage that you think that it should make or shouldn't make, or the percentage that you think it should move or shouldn't move. It doesn't care. That's not what makes the market move back and forth. Past 3 days have been very green, so I'm staying out of it for now, waiting for something more clear to set up. Bad idea at all. Lately, I've had the following issue. I entered the break of the 30-minute inside, placed my stop loss below the wick. Of course, it triggered, came back down to make a bigger wick. Yeah, and that happens a lot of times. And I don't know exactly how you enter or put your stop. Like, if you have a wick that comes down, right? And this is just me. So look at it. Don't take this as something that will work with how you're trading, Werner. But for me, right, if I have a wick that comes down, I want it to test the 0.5 of the big wick that's been left, or the 0.5 of the previous candle, let's say, right? So if it doesn't do that, it moves up first, you can either wait, which I know with your strategy, you're not supposed to. So I wouldn't recommend that, right? Because it could push, or put your stop below that 0.5. Could be a little larger stop, but that might keep you in the position. Obviously follow your rules, make sure that fits within the range of your stop loss as well. I don't want anybody to over risk, but just something to consider, right? So for instance, this wick, this is what we've been, rocking on for the past, since yesterday afternoon, is this wick here, the 0.5 of this wick, right? And if you run all the way over, what you'll notice is that this is going to be structure. So it's not just that there's some magic 0.5 wick. The problem is structures developed with any kind of inefficiency. Why? Because volume has to come in to break structure. That's why you see these. So if we run to the left, you'll see what I'm saying. There's going to be an area that has been respected prior to a degree, I guess. I don't know if we have anything past that. No, we're not going to, because we're at highs. Yeah, so gives you a little idea, but that's what I use as 0.5s of wicks.
Hey, reality question about the 800 tick.
Yep.
Do you treat those candles the same as far as wicks go? If it's a wickless candle, do you expect it to come put a wick on that candle?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, in the area that I'm trading, do I do it on every 800 candle or anything else? No, absolutely not. But where I'm trading, yes. So say, and let's pull up a Nasdaq 800 chart, because I know that's what we're talking about here. Give me 1 second to swap the gold chart. Oh, you're not looking at a dang thing, are you?
I'm watching it. I pulled it up. I'm checking to see if my hotspot can handle all of it. So if you notice, I even liked the stream. So those of y'all that are listening, like the stream. Give him some likes. That way they'll quit trying to play bullshit because Dennis talks shit on the stream.
So if, let's just say, you are looking for your short right here, right? We move up. You're looking for your short. You never put a top wick on. Short comes down. I would have never took that entry without a top wick. If you're looking for, you're talking about a short here. So here's our next candle down. What do we expect? We expect a top wick and a flip for this candle to push down if it's going to push down. Same kind of setup, but you're looking for your entry on the 800 exactly like we do on the 30 on gold. So we're just using this as, I use it as direction. Some guys trade short within this. So for me, I would only be trading long in this.
Is that your Ninja Trader?
Yeah.
I've got 3 up close candles right now where you only have 2. That's weird.
Well, it will be a little different. And the reason being, it's got to do with the volume, the transactions that are within your company. Because you got to understand, these are transactions within the company that I'm working with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Where you don't have. Okay. They're the same, but where this current candle, you don't have a top wick. I have a top wick.
Yeah, and that could be a little bit. But are you on NQ? You are on NQ, right?
Yeah, I'm on NQ.
Okay.
Hell yeah, I'm trading 2 contracts. Go big or go home, bitches.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But for me, I'm only looking for longs within this green candle. So if I don't like any longs, if I don't want a long here, I don't want a long into this consolidation right here. Here's where patience comes in. Brown. Here's where patience comes in. So in this candle, if I say, okay, this is a green candle, I'm only trading long. Well, I don't want to trade into this consolidation. So we're not longing into this consolidation. We need to get a close above, right? We want to close above this consolidation box before I'm going to go to this 800 and start looking for a long. So it's not just about green candle, wick and flip. Will that work? Possibly, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to close. I want the setup on the 30 minutes still, right? And what I prefer, which Nasdaq doesn't always give you, is a down wick and a flip. Will I get that? Possibly not. If it just starts moving up, you just be aware of looking for a down wick and a flip on the 800. But yeah, that's how I look at it. And I still expect, you expect you're going to put a top wick on this. If we're going long, that's where we're looking. We're looking to recover all these candles here and put a top wick right here. Test the 0.5 of this wick. Right.
I don't know.
What do I want to see first, though? I want to see a close above here. I want to see a close above this box first. And then I prefer a down wick and a flip. If you don't get it, you still can find a down wick and a flip on the 800 to trade up into this area to recover these candles. That's essentially what you'd be looking for if you're looking for a long currently. The next candle has to go green, though. You can't trade into the red candle. So if it starts pushing down, you're no longer looking for your long. You're looking for a close below, right? And now you're looking for your entry on the 800. So it still is a patient game. It's not just jump in wherever.
I'm confused.
You're
I didn't
confused?
jump in wherever. I jumped in right when I was supposed to. I just...
I jumped in right when I was supposed to so PD could get some liquidity.
It was just weird that, it knew exactly where my stop loss was, because my stop loss was the tippy top, so...
Nasdaq long.
You need to change your Discord name to Liquidity Master.
Word.
Nasdaq long, Rolf. We're not right now. There was a Nasdaq long earlier that we were going through. Right this second, you want to close above that box first. So the long essentially already has played itself out. But if we get a close above, yes, then we will be reconsidering another long entry. But I missed the short entry on gold, I bet, too.
It.
There you go.
That was mine. That was mine,
Hey.
damn it.
Hey.
What happened there?
I was looking for it to go back to Asia low, so that fits perfect. And on the 800, yours doesn't show it. On the 800 on mine, there's a nice volume imbalance on that 800 candle at 10 o'clock.
There's a huge gap.
Yeah.
46 to 52, 51, 75, yeah, and then it just dropped. Like, damn. What's up, Landon? Good to see you, man.
What's up? Yes, sir. I've gotten into a new drug.
Oh, are you trading oil now? Or something?
No. You guys ever try snuff?
Snuff? Yes. I mean, I'm
No.
50.
Yeah. A friend introduced me to snuff.
Snorting tobacco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never done it.
First encounter with snuff.
I had something entirely different in my mind. Okay.
Right. Boy, Brown, the wife got you pegged, buddy.
Huh?
Oh, he's over there thinking snuff videos and shit.
I was not. That's weird.
Hey, so Landon, when I was a freshman in high school, I smoked, right? I started smoking when I was like 11, so I smoked. And buddy of mine was like, dude, just have a dip in my Copenhagen in class. It'll keep you, I was like, okay, cool. So I did. Well, my coach happened to be my teacher in that class. And he saw that I had a dip in my mouth, and we were watching a video, and he came back there and sat down on the desk right next to me so I couldn't spit. And waited for me to swallow that shit and have to go puke it up. But he told me later that he knew I had a dip in, and that's why he sat where he sat. He was like, I'm going to teach you a lesson. So.
Yeah, it's not great. Not a huge fan of it, but
That's what she said.
I didn't even know it existed.
Do you smoke?
No.
Oh, vaping. Yeah, Holly said, don't start dipping. Shit, that just rocks your lip out. No, vaping is way, well, I ain't going to say it's not better, but it's not as damaging as cigarette smoke, and snuff is just nasty. I dated a girl in the army
Cornwall.
at Copenhagen. Like, she'd rinse her mouth out. I'm like, maybe you should brush your teeth.
He said Dennis is too funny. Oh man, the was that's funny. He is too. Him and PD are like, they're comedians, I swear. They are comedians.
No, I couldn't do stand up. I'd have to do
Sit down.
like I'm not good at telling jokes.
You're not good at telling jokes. What are you talking about?
I just enjoy being a smartass.
Well, that's fair.
I mean,
Maybe-
dude, I married my wife. Sarcasm is our first language.
Maybe that's where PD is too. Maybe it's just sarcasm. I don't know. You guys are hilarious, though. That's all I can tell you.
You know what? I'm glad I can bring a little something to the stream, because apparently my trading skills are not that awesome.
Come on now. Jesus.
You're going to lose, but you're going to laugh while you do it.
PD says you bring me money, Dennis.
Right? Hey, you're welcome, bro. Just don't forget my 10%.
Oh my jeez.
It's appreciated, bro. Hey, I mean, I'm 430.
Is this silver bullet entry available, Dennis, yet?
Do what?
Is the silver bullet entry setting up from the 3 o'clock time frame now? Big gap down though.
No, see, the problem is NFP is Friday. So, like, I am not a fan of Wednesday before NFP. It never seems to work out.
Okay, we'll just wait then.
The way ICT teaches you to trade the NFP, he's like, NFP week be done by after the AM session of Wednesday. He's like, because it goes to shit after that. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean don't trade, because I mean, ICT stands for I can't trade, right? So, you know, it's just, but cautious, be cautious, like cut your risk in half or something, because no.
I can wait.
I mean, I'd like to take credit, but no, I did not. No, I did not.
I'm actually going to go make a cup of tea, see if that moves the market.
I just know what we used to.
All right, Paul. See you in a bit.
Reality.
I said the boat is
Yep.
the motion of the ocean.
So I joined late when you were talking about the R thing, but we've had this conversation before. I'm kind of assuming, like, I'm just curious when it comes to, like, you know, I understand like why you should take profit at levels, but I still struggle. Like, I understand your point when it comes to, hey, if you're like, for me, for example, like, you know, if you're 1R in profit, you know, you take, like, I take 50% out by then if I can, you know, if I have more than one contract, and move my stop to break even, all that, and then hold till it goes to 2R, hopefully get out with close to 1.5R total realized. Like, that's perfect game plan. That's what I aim for, you know, every time. And of course, there are times where, you know, it'll go to 1.9 instead of 2R, and then it rejects. But I find that happens so rarely that if I was to, like, with just how small my stops tend to be, or others, like, I'm talking me because I know my strategy, but I'm, you know, just the R2R world in general, that I've found that it can be helpful just to use that, not because it, like, rejects super often away from our TP, but it's just the amount of times that it does is negligible when it comes to, okay, well, here I know, like, I'm going to take my profit at the exact same spot every time, where there may not be a level, or a level might be a little bit farther ahead. Do you still find that falls in the realm of what you're talking about, where it's like, you know, if it comes up and then it hits a level and you still want to hold past it, you know, because your R2R is higher, that doesn't make any sense because now it's pulling back?
Well, the thing is, right, I mean, I'm not going to go into how I do it. I mean, we'll look at that next, but you got to understand what, for me, you have to understand what your reasoning is. Like, why? Okay, for instance, are you watching my screen?
Hang on, I can pull it up. Give me 2 seconds. Are you streaming on Discord, or do I have to do the YouTube?
No, YouTube. You want me to drop you a link, or you got it?
Okay. No, I got it. I just got to pull it up real quick.
You said 2 seconds, Landon. It's been like 20.
Yeah, the move didn't happen that I was about to show you. Anyway, so most people, it really did. The move already happened. I was telling you right before this. Most people will say that this right here is your supply area, right? So why did we go through it? Right? Why do we go through this? Why do we push through this area?
Volume. I mean,
so, I mean, we have no top wick here for my thought process. So when these guys started entering short into this, we come up, we put a top wick on this candle. So there's a reason for that, right? You have a reasoning. That top wick coming in, for me, right, is my reasoning. So when we start getting up and we're playing around, let's just say that we took our entry on this candle. Put my stop loss here, right below the wick, because that's how I trade. You already know. All right, we come up. TP1's right here. Let's just say, so I'm not going to draw another line, but you get it. My TP1's here. Now, TP2, once we hit TP1, what do? We pull TP2 into profit. So we're one tick into profit. Now, as this price goes up, what do we expect to happen? We expect that once we get to, once we get to this level right here, that shorts will start coming in. I would leave this a little further out, like my 0.5 would have been my first test. So you'll see a little bit of resistance here. I would have put my stop just below this wick while we came into that. 0.5 gets tested, breaks through, next wick gets tested, breaks through. Now what are we doing? We're going to pull it a little close because they're coming through, but not so close as to get stopped out, because you expect a top wick to be put on this, right? So here we are. We put the top wick on. Well, now what? Now we've got a top wick here to put on, which is just put on right now. Next place is here. So all we're doing is pulling with the price as we're moving here, right? And this is why R to R don't make a lot of sense to me, because we think about this, right? And let's put this trade up real fast. So here was our trade. Of course, I don't believe in take profit too, so we won't even do this. But let's just say that you're here, right? And your take profit, you know, here was your first take profit. For fairness, this was our first take profit. So what was this? This is a 1.9 R trade for TP1. But is that how I look at it? No. I look at this as an area that I expect there's going to be orders coming in, not because it was 1.9 R. You know what I mean? And when we make it up to this area, gotcha. I'm not looking at this as, hey, it's 3.26 R, because unfortunately, once I hit TP1, my stop's already in profit. So that essentially, I'm not risking anything no more. What's the R now? Your risk is gone. There's no R. And what am I looking for? Well, this is going to be your next spot. This right here will be the next spot that it'll pop through. Here in a minute, now that we put this top wick on, we'll come up, we'll test this high, and we'll pop to put a top wick on this candle. If that happens, it'll test to here, right where this is at, right? And if it comes, it'll come back down a bit, and then it'll go back up, and we'll test this wick right here. This will be the next spot that she comes in at. And again, she will come down off that one. And then what will happen next? If she comes back up and tests the high and pushes through it, well, you're still in the trade. You just continue to drag it. What are we looking for next? The 0.5 of this wick. Next place that you're going to test is going to be right there. 0.5 of that wick. Why? Because this wick never tested the 0.5. We haven't tested it yet. So if we break this high, this 0.5 will be your next spot to test. So you can drag your stop loss you can drag your stop loss as you get closer to these areas and look for that rejection. If the rejection doesn't happen, then you continue to drag your stop. Why get out of the trade, right? But if you do get stopped, at least you know that, you know, there was a reason for it. That's my whole thing. I'm always asking, like, what's your reasoning for getting out of the trade? And I realize your reasoning is the 2R, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If that works for you. And, you know, for me, I feel like R to R is more set for, you know, beginner traders. I hate to put it that way, but beginner traders that their strategy isn't completely figured out. So what will happen is you get involved in, you know, several trades. Let's say you take, you know, 10 trades today and you lose, you know, say your win rate's 60%, 70%, say you lose 6-7 trades. Well, you're still going to be profitable on the day. That's the purpose. It's not a thing of, you know, getting the most out of trade or a trade setup per se. It's more about being able to handle losses. That's really what it's about. So your entries may not be great and you're going to lose quite a bit, so that makes up for the losses that you make. And my thought process to that is, you know, as you start watching the market more and get better at, you know, understanding how it moves, now you can start taking your entries and you hope that your entries are perfecting a bit because you kind of understand how the market moves a little bit more, but also you understand your exits. Now you can actually get everything out of it. Not saying that you ever go past 2R, right? I don't know, but that's where you come in at, right? Like if you have a trade that you hit TP at 2R, let's just say, and it just blows right through your take profit and just continues on. Well, if you wouldn't have had a take profit there, right, because you're paying attention to how the market's moving instead and just dragging a stop loss along with you, well, now you've got a 3R trade, a 4R trade, a 5R trade, a 6R trade, a 20R trade because the market continued to move and you allowed yourself to take advantage of that situation. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm getting at. Unless you have an absolute reason, like you believe, you're trading into the high, let's just say all-time highs. You're trading into all-time highs and you realize that shorts are going to come in. But even then, so anybody who's been on this stream knows exactly what I do at all-time highs. I long all-time highs. And everybody will say, you can't long the top. It's only the top until it's broke. Then it's not the top no more. You didn't long the top anymore. People love to say you've got to short the top and long the bottom, but there's no such thing if the top breaks. You're no longer shorting the top. We've got a new high now. So you didn't short the top anymore. You shorted the old top. So how's that? You see what I'm saying? So you didn't actually short the top. Yeah. Everybody loves to say that. Well, I shorted the top. You only shorted the top if it held. So saying you can't long the tops is that everybody already knows. They've seen me long all-time highs time and time and time again, making money, and that's exactly why, because so many people go short. That's the whole point. So you long right in their stop losses. It happens time and time and time again. There's the wick on that candle. So that hit the where it would have been, that you're dragging your stop there. So we tapped that area. So what are you doing now? Now you're pulling your stop a bit into profit, and waiting for it to test this top. That's how I do it. But I don't know. Did that answer your question? I yapped a lot.
Yeah. No. You're fine. Because I do agree with what you say when you say it's a novice trader, because that's why I'm so. I've talked about it before. That's why I trade the way I do. It's not because I want to for forever. Like, I know I'm purposefully limiting the profitability of what the strategy could be, but I also have been in it long enough and made enough mistakes to know that what I can see on the back tested charts, unless it's mechanical, is going to be very, very skewed from what I can do on the live charts without a lot of, I guess, preemptive work that that I just haven't gotten to. But okay, I've traded back in August of 24, so about almost a year ago. I decided that I was going to implement something new to the strategy, which was to, draw my own levels. Nothing crazy. It was literally just, going through and drawing my own support resistance levels. But the issue I ran into almost immediately was that in the back tested charts, even if I was to place, I would place the levels when I went to back test, and then I would go through the day or the week of whatever I was checking, and so I'm not, skewing the data by placing the, lines while the data's being ran through, stuff like that. And I would get pretty good results, definitely better than what I was before adding my own levels. But then whenever I would go to live trade, I would always get the sinking feeling that, I think this line's a little off. This line's stuff like that. That's normal because now there's money on the line that I just didn't feel when I was back testing. But it was enough that I just didn't feel comfortable in my own trades. And so I was like, all right, well, this doesn't work for me yet. So I went back and just, I used the trader's reality to place the levels for me. And I, go back. So I know that I can't make a mistake as long as I've, used those, in the way that they're made in my strategy, that I won't get confused or feel conflicted that the levels aren't quite right. Things like that. And that's just me personally, because I struggle a lot when it comes to it not being perfect. But if I'm not the one placing the levels, then I know, quote unquote, it is perfect because, it's the machine doing it. What am I going to do? I can't rewrite the code in it. So to me, in my eyes, it is, as perfect as it's going to get for what I'm trading. But yeah, eventually I do want to transition to another one. And R2R is the exact same as that. It's like, do I feel, do I see trades that run, right? And I'm like, man, it would have been nice to be in that. Of course. Or are there trades that, go to another R, R2R level that I'm only stopping at 2-to-1 when I could be at 3-to-1. It's like, of course. But that goes with anything, that's it's FOMO. But for right now, it's like, okay, well, if I know for a fact that I can generate a return with the R2R method, then I choose to do that. And then once I get to a point where, maybe it's a profit thing, maybe it's a time thing, I don't really know what it is, but it's going to be a bit until I feel confident enough that I can make mistakes live trading and still be comfortable with it, that aren't, that are technical, not mental mistakes, right? It's like, I messed up placing this line here. I learned from it. I'm cool with it, rather than thinking I need to rewrite the rules of the strategy from mechanical error. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I like, honestly, to give you props for how you run the R to R different. I like that when you get to 1R, you move to BE too, rather than just letting it come back. Because what a lot of people do is they run 2R and it's 2R stop loss. Well, the thing is, if you make it to 1.5, let's just say, and then go and hit your stop loss, to me, you just lost 1 plus your 1.5. So you just lost 2.5R in reality. And that to me doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why anybody would do that. And they'll say, well, that's not the case because I'm only risking 1R, but you're not. As your trade goes into profit, you're no longer risking 1R. If you're in profit, 1R right now, then if you leave your stop loss where it is, you're now risking 2R for that trade to make what? 1R. That's it. People don't think about that. So let's just say, and maybe you don't understand what I'm saying, but basically what I'm saying is, let's say you risk $500 for your trade and your take profit is $1,000. If that trade goes $500 into profit and you don't move your stop loss, you're now risking $1,000 to make that extra $500. How's that? You know what I mean? You're flipping your P&L upside down. And to me, that doesn't make any sense. You understand what I'm saying? That's in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about, here's the money I've made, that's what you're doing. Essentially, it's just like a parlay. And I know you hadn't did a whole lot of gambling yet, but it's just like a parlay. Essentially, if you go to, let's say, a casino and you bet the pass line, so you're betting that you roll a 7 and you roll that 7 and you say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and parlay it. That's saying I'm not taking the winnings. I'm going to go ahead and put the winnings on the next bet. Well, you know what I mean? If you've gambled enough, you understand that that's not the smartest thing in the world to do. Because now that you've made money, instead of taking it, you're saying, nope, I'm going to put it all on this next roll and essentially lose it all right there. So now you've made nothing. Now you're back to where you started. And I'm not saying that it won't work or that it won't work in the future or that you might not get lucky here and there and things like that. I'm saying that it's not the smartest thing if you're talking about managing your bankroll. And that's why I always say bankroll management, because bankroll management is all about you taking a specific amount of bankroll and you saying, okay, this is what I'm going to, put into said thing. Whether it's sports betting, whether it's poker, whether it's playing at the craps table, whether it's playing blackjack, right? It's like blackjack. Good, for instance. I know you've been studying blackjack, so let's use that instead of the craps table. It's like if you had blackjack right now and you're sit down at the table, you beat the dealer, you get paid, and instead of taking that money that you get paid, you say, oh, just parlay it. Next hand you lose, well, now you've lost everything. Yeah. You've lost 2 bets, essentially. And people say, yeah, but one of them was a 1 bet. Yeah, but if you don't take your winnings, you're never going to be profitable. If every time you win, you parlay it, how are you ever going to win? You just can't. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
At some point in time, you have to take your winnings. And I think that's my biggest issue with RR trading, is just because so many people don't take their winnings. I like the way you do it, like I said, because at 1R, at least you're going to break even. You're keeping yourself to where you're still only going to lose 1R. Like if you lose that trade, if you go to break even and you lose that trade, you're only going to lose 1R because you're 1R in profit. So you're only going to lose that 1R, not anything else, right?
And I think something that I see a lot of people, and even myself, that I caught myself recently like getting into, which with the R2R, is that they look at it as, okay, well, I'm going for 2-to-1, right? Somebody like they're going for 2-to-1 R2R.
Yep.
Well, they go to back test it and they go, man, all right, you know, well, it came to 1.8, right? And then they count that as 2, or it came to 1.9 and they count that as, it's like, okay, you know, you can do that, right? And, you know, I'm sure it goes to, you know, a 2.2 the same amount of times it goes to 1.8, you know, it's like these are negligible differences. But the point is that when they go to live trade, their 2R trade, when they actualize the profit, is really only, you know, 1.7. You got to count in commission, slippage, all these things, you know. So, or, you know, they didn't set their take profit, or they moved their take profit. So then when you add it all up on the back test, it's like, yeah, you know, I do 60%, 70%, whatever it is. And then my RR is 2 to 2 or 2 to 1. And so like, I'm doing pretty good. This is what my return should be. And then at the end of the month, they look at it and they go, well, this isn't making any sense at all. I won X amount of trades. I lost X amount of trades, but I'm only up a little over break even. How does this work? And it's because they're not using the R2R structure the way you should, right? Or they're, you know, again, they're not moving their stop loss to break even. So, you know, in the back test, trade hits 1.8, hits 1.9, whatever it is, but not quite 2 to 1. Then, but when they're back testing, they're like, that's close enough. They log it as 2 to 1, right? You do this a certain number of times, you're going to skew the data so much that you're not going to be able to, you know, understand what the live trading application will be. And then when they go to live trade, maybe it's the opposite type of person where they see it hit 1.8 and they go, it's not quite there. I'm going to hold strong until it hits 2R every single time. And then it pulls all the way back. And it's like you said, now they've lost 2.8R because they lost 1R on their loss on top of the 1.8 they were in profit. It's like, yeah, that's real. And, you know, that's why I'm very, very scrutinous when it comes to back testing. Like, very, very, very detailed to make sure that everything matches up 1 to 1 and that everything is very, very mechanical. I mean, that's why I like the hotkeys, because when I go to use the hotkeys, I have them set up so that my entry is 2 ticks above the high, it's 2 ticks below the low. And as soon as I get entered, my TP1 is at 0.95. I put it at 0.95 because I want to take into account that the gap between the high and the low for my entries, just a little bit of wiggle room. So put it a little bit below 1R, but you know, that actually is 1R. And then my final one is 1.95 and I don't touch it. It stays there. It doesn't move because I know that, you know, in the back test, which again is all mechanical, that over a year of trades, here's the output. Here's what the return is. Yeah, but again, I mean, it's like you said, you can, you know, any basic strategy, you can get 60 to 70% win rate. But, you know, if you want to get to the 80, 90% win rate, you have to add on your own, not subjective reasoning, but you have to put your hands on the charts a little. It can't be mechanical. You cannot have a mechanical strategy and have that high of win rate with, you know, a decent R2R and a decent frequency. You just can't.
Yeah, that's the problem with, I mean, as we went in and tried to mess with bots so much, that's exactly what the problem was with a bot, because you can take a bot and you can give it a mechanical strategy and it can do that just fine, right? But you can't say, okay, well, as soon as we start getting orders here in at the top, you know, and the shorts come in and now they start failing, we're going to trade into their stop losses. Bot just doesn't understand that. Bot has absolutely no idea of how these come in, how it is that, you know, failure would be for wicks and flips to trade into it. I've just never been able to get a bot to do anything like that because, like you said, I hate to use the word subjective, but it's reactive. I'm essentially trading reactions in the market, and the problem is there's no way to teach a bot what that looks like, and that's the issue. You have to actually see the orders come in. Well, how do the orders come in? Well, you know, you start getting pushes down because orders are coming in at, you know, bearish order blocks or supply zones or whatever else. You know what's going to happen. Like right here. Here we are pushing in that area that we just talked about, right? Well, what's going to happen? We're going to push up into this wick and push down. It's going to happen. This next candle will push up into this wick, and then it's going to push down. It's going to flip this candle and push down. How do we know that? Because we know shorts are going to come in here. How do you tell a bot that this is going to happen? You can't. There's no way to tell them this.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem comes in at. So
unless you use things like, and again, I don't really understand it because I've never used them, but order books, and I'm not familiar with the bots either, but anything that can, give the bot something to read that indicates where the volume of traders are coming in and where and why, like stuff like that. I mean, again, I'm asking you, I don't really know.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not real.
Wouldn't you be able to
legit?
do that if you had access to the Delta?
No, it does. It's not real legit either. That's the problem. It'll show where orders are, but not where orders are actually filled. It's where orders are setting, and not always are they correct either, which is the problem. And if you have orders on both sides, it's a whole different thing too. So if you have struggle inside a candle, even if it's not at an area of, think about like a supply area, it doesn't have to be at a supply area in order for X number of shorts or longs to come in, because they're fighting one another at that area for whatever reason. Think VWAP. Right? If the VWAP's in a certain area, you could have a large number of longs and shorts both come in. So if you were to set a bot to say, okay, when, I'm just going to pull a number off the top of my head, when 1,000 shorts come in, now, this is a good place to start looking for failure for a trade back into longs. Well, a place like coming into the VWAP is going to see something like that, and the longs will be against it, and a lot of times you'll get chop rather than an actual move, and those are the areas that people start getting stopped out because of this chop. So now the bot enters and it's taking stops because it's just chopping back and forth because you've got longs and shorts both trying to enter in there, right?
Now,
there's that top we're seeing. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say on the topic of the R to R and stuff. It's like when you talk to newer traders or somebody still struggling, right, whatever it may be, and it comes down to you can see that the problem is like them executing a strategy. Would you ever recommend somebody to go the R to R route just because it's a simple way of saying, hey, here's your take profit, and then so they're not worried about what you were showing basically, because you understand that when it's someone who's new, it can be hard for them in a live trading environment to say, well, this is where shorts are coming in, or even here's where structure is. Here's where structure is, so I'm going to move my take profit here or my stop loss here, right? And rather just tell them, here's your take profit, here's your stop loss. When it hits this, move your stop break even. Don't worry about any, just as a way to get their hands off the take profit slider, right? So they're not constantly moving it away or moving it closer. Would you ever recommend somebody that way, or do you think they should just go ahead and from the get-go try to learn to get comfortable with that?
I'm not saying that R to R is wrong to a new trader. I think what the biggest issue with R to R is when you're talking about a brand new trader is the actual risk itself. Like, you understand what you're risking per trade. And I think what a lot of people get confused about is, instead of doing it like you do it, especially when you're talking about levels, let's just say. So here, we'll draw out a level real quick just to kind of make sense of this. Let's just say that this is a supply level, this is a demand level here, right? And what traders like to do, which is exactly what you should not do, especially as beginning trade. Whoops, I went wrong with that. Especially as beginning traders. And here's the problem that they tell you on, your live streams and things like that when you're dealing with R to R, is they expect that they're going to enter a trade in this area, whether it be, an order block, a demand area, support resistance, whatever you want to say. Support area is what's going to be here. And they expect you're going to get to here, right? So say that they're trading levels. Where the problem comes in at is they want to enter a trade, and everybody has a different way for entering the trade. So your price comes down, let's just say, and you make a number like this, you sweep the lows. Let's just say that we're playing turtle soup, or we're playing SMC's liquidity sweep or whatever, well, your entry's there, right? So here's your entry. Your entry is going to be, and we'll run it with this line here. Your entry is going to be right here. Same thing as, and we'll go green with it, so that's your entry. All right, so your entry's there. Stop needs to be where? And let's just say that this was your sweep. Your stop needs to be below the lows. So your stop loss is here. This is a typical setup for, and this is just, I mean, we don't even know what these numbers are here, but we're going to put a P&L on here just to have fun with it. So you go long. You enter right here, or you're long, let's just say, right? This is a typical setup that they'd have. So here is your stop loss below that low, and then you're looking for what? Let's just say that you're a 2R trader, you're looking for 2R, right? So that's right around 2R. And my question then is why? Like, there's a couple things that you're not taking into consideration here. Okay. First of all, I made that a little funny, but first of all, why it is that you don't believe that there's going to be some kind of area here that's going to, you know, be a test of some kind, because all a head and shoulders pattern is a range, right? So as you look at this range, you expect that has to be broke in order for you to go up. If it's not broke, it's going to come down, right? Because that's all that is. All anything is, honestly, on the charts is a range, but people have a hard time wrapping their head around that for whatever reason. So we'll box it in like a range goes. Okay. So we break out of the top of the range, let's just say, for fun. So they're working their trade. It's worked out great. But what do you expect once this range does get broke and now we're moving up? We expect that you're going to tap this box. Why would you not? That's your next supply. So there's a couple different things that don't work, in my opinion, for a new trader. For one, if you get stopped out, if it comes here and you get stopped out, well, like the 1R, that's probably about where you're at, right? So you would have went break even, you would have been fine. Yeah. Them, not so much, because they don't understand that. Next thing that happens is, let's just say, and we're talking on this about 65 ticks, right? Now, what is your risk management? You know, they see these patterns and they see this set up and 65 ticks. Well, they're just going to take that. Well, what is your risk on your account? What is your maximum risk? Like for me, I won't take a trade that's 65 ticks under any conditions. I'm not going to take a 65 tick loss on anything. My max stop is 30 ticks, right? So no matter what TP is, when you talk about R to R, my max risk is still only 30 ticks. And they'll say, yeah, but it doesn't matter because you're trading 2R. So even if you lose this 65, well, you're gonna make, 130. Well, if you lose 65, X amount of times in a row, well, now you've blown your account, right? So to me, what is the most important, and this is me, right? So everybody's different, but for me, the most important thing is this right here, that risk. Because when you're talking about bankroll management, risk is everything. And that's where they get so confused when it comes to R to R, because they don't believe that the risk isn't a number in their head anymore. There's no such thing as a maximum risk. There's only an R. So you could risk 100 ticks as long as your take profit's 200 ticks. That's how they look at it. And I think that's a very skewed way to look at trading all the way around, because at the end of the day, if you're over risking, and I know you'll agree with this as well, Landon, but if you're over risking, you're going to blow your account without even realizing it. And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, well, you just make smaller size, and that's all good and fine as well. If that's how you want to trade, that's great. There's nothing wrong with, making smaller size. Now you're running micros, so instead of doing 30 ticks, you can do a bigger stop loss if you want to do it that way. I think that's kind of dependent on the person, but I think the new traders, and that's one of the reasons, I guess my whole point, I talk too much, sorry Landon, but my whole point to it is when people talk about R to R, a lot of times that's all they look at. It's 2R, it's 3R, it's 4R. It's not what did you risk on this trade. And that's always like, if somebody says, and I realize you can tell me what your R is because you're different, but if we go and we ask, you know, Rolf, because I know he's an R2R trader. I don't know if he's still in here or not, but if we ask Rolf, and he says he made, yeah, he's not in here right now, but if he says he made 6R, can you tell me how much money he made?
Yeah, 6 times what he risked.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what, and that's where my problem is.
Now,
that's where my problem is.
You're assuming that they aren't using like a dollar structure when it comes to risking, like they're using a certain contract structure.
Yeah, that's normally how most of them do it. They actually don't do a risk.
Really?
They do a risk to reward. So essentially, you open a trade like this trade, this is a setup for them. So this number right here at 65 means nothing, just as long as you're getting 130. That's it. Just as long as you make sure that you put your take profit at 130, then your 65 is fine. And to me, that is not responsible trading at all. And that's how most of them trade. Yes, Landon. Unfortunately, it's not a risk. You say, well, how much did you risk on the trade? Well, this trade I risked, and they'll tell you this trade. Okay, so what'd you risk on the last trade? Well, the last trade was a different setup. So the last trade, I risked double, but my take profit was double too. How can, in my opinion, how can you be consistent if you're always risking a different amount and this is how you're running R2R? Well, that's what the setup was. To me, that doesn't make any sense, because if you're talking about bankroll management, you're going to, cut your own throat, if you will, if you're trying to manage your bankroll, because when you take a trade, you should really only be taking X amount of your bankroll. And when I say bankroll, I'm talking about it in a different sense. A lot of people, how they want to look at it is the bankroll of their account, bankroll of their whatever. You have to figure out what your bankroll is, right? If you sit down at the poker table right now and you got 10K, well, you should take, 1% to the table today. That's what you should be risking, essentially, to lose, somewhere around that amount. That's why I always say, when you talk about poker, if you got a $5 buy-in, you should have $500 to play that. Why? Because now you've got 100 buy-ins, right? So you want 100 chances. Why? Because at the end of the day, we're gambling. So you want 100 chances to lose. And people will say, well, that's not how you do it when you risk 30 ticks. Well, first off, I don't risk 30 ticks. I said that's my maximum. And that's always a problem too. People think that since I'm entering, and let's just say that I was going to enter a position, and we'll put this up just the same, say I was going to enter this position, people think that I just go, okay, here's 30 ticks, and this is how I enter my trade. And people will say things like, well, 30 ticks means you only have to lose, X amount of time to blow your account. 30 ticks isn't my risk. 30 ticks is my maximum risk, right? So just like when you sit down at the poker table and you've got your 1%, of your bankroll sitting in front of you, that's your risk for what you bought in for. So if this is all in poker, so you can risk all that. But essentially, you understand what you're going to risk per pot. And this changes, right? Because pot odds now come into play. You're not just going to go all in every hand just because your risk is 1%. You're going to risk according to what you're going to make, what your cards are, all these things. And mine's the same way. I'm looking for a bottom wick and a flip if I'm going long. If that bottom wick is, 20 ticks, then that's my risk. That has absolutely nothing to do with what my take profit is, though, right? I expect, that if I'm risking 20 ticks on the bottom wick, that I'm going to get 20 ticks from the top wick, that I'm looking to recover. So I'm hoping to get that. If it's 25, great. So now I guess you can say that I'm hoping for 1R. or TP1, but now my stop goes into profit, right? Once I hit TP1, and it goes 1 tick into profit in order to cover my fees. So if I hit TP1, let's just say it's 20 ticks, that's $200. The risk part of it doesn't matter, in my opinion, at that point, because now you've already taken all your risk off the board. You've profited $200, and if your stop gets hit, it's complete profit because that covers your fees. And now, well, where are we going to take profit to? We're not. I never take profit to. Never. I'm never going to take TP2. It's never going to happen. I'm going to be stopped out in profit. I'm going to pull the stop loss with the price as it moves up. If it goes, 10R, great. If it goes 2R, great. If it goes 2.5, whatever it is, because I'm going to take what the market gives me, right? Rather than, it's just like if you're playing poker, right? And I always like to try to compare it to poker because that's how I wrap my head around it. But you're playing poker, right? And the pot's building. Well, you're trying to win that pot because the pot's building. You're not saying, well, you guys can't put no more in because I only want a 2R. You see what I'm saying? Why not take advantage of it? That's my take on it. But yes, a lot of people don't even figure what the total risk is. It's just as long as it's an R to R, right? So as long as they're making double what they are risking, then it doesn't really matter. But that's not the case if you're talking about bankroll. You can't take your bankroll and go sit down at a poker table and risk 25% of it just because you plan to get 50% back. So you're gonna double your profit. It never works. It won't work that way. You'll run out of bankroll. You'll be done. You have to have enough bankroll to continue to play in the game, and that's the same thing with trading. It really doesn't have anything to do with what you're risking compared to what you're making. In my opinion, it has more to do with what you're making, because at the end of 6 months, let's say you started with that 10K, right? Landed in just for fun. You started with 10K. You sat down at a blackjack table. You risked proper like you were supposed to. You sat down at each table with 1% of your bankroll. In 6 months, you now have 15K. So you made $5,000 on your bankroll. You're risking 1% every time you went and sat down. But what did you make per hand? What was your R per hand? And you're going to say you don't know. I agree. Doesn't matter.
Wait, okay, hang on. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. No. What matters is that you were playing 1% to stay within your guidelines to protect your bankroll. You were using proper risk management, right? Now you've made 5K, so you've added to your bankroll. And now what can you do? Well, now you can up your 1% that you came to the table with. That's the whole point. Because now you have 15K rather than 10K. So now your risk can go up because you've built your bankroll. And now at the end of the next 6 months, now that you've got 25K, I'm going to ask you again, what was your risk to reward per hand? It doesn't matter what the hands were. It matters at the end of that 6 months how much money you make, and it matters that you're assuming your risk properly so you don't blow your bankroll, because your bankroll is your only firepower. You see what I'm saying? But really, the R to R it doesn't matter per trade. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter per hand. The R to R really doesn't matter. It's just something that makes you feel better per trade. You know what I mean? And if you feel better with it, I'm not saying not to do it by any means. If it works for you, absolutely. But I see a lot of gaps in how RR traders work. Not saying you, because you do go into profit with 1R and all those things. The only thing that I would, venture you to pay attention to on your specific strategy is the fact of, do you leave money on the table often that you could take advantage of? If so, that's bankroll building money. So essentially you can up your risk. If you could have made another, and I don't know what you're making in 6 months, but let's just say you could have made another 25% over a 6-month period by not taking profit at your 2R and pulling your stop loss with you, then that's 25% more that you can now put on your risk month 7 and be making more money. That's how bankroll management works. It's all about building your bankroll, putting your risk up as your bankroll, goes up. Because you're starting with a little, you're building it, putting risk up so that you can build your bankroll, rather than looking at it per trade, because the trade doesn't matter. You're either going to win or lose. It doesn't matter, just as long as you didn't over risk. Let's put it that way. Like, if your bankroll says that you can only risk 30 ticks, then you never take a position that's over 30 ticks. If you do that, you broke your rule. So you always stay within those confines, whether it's 15, whether it's 20, whether it's 25, whether it's 27. You make sure you stay within the confines of what you can risk per trade, and then you let the market do the rest. You get whatever profit you can out of it. Because even if you take profit at TP1, let's just say, and you go BE, you still added $200, if we're talking about 20 ticks, into your bankroll now. That's still a $200 ad. And at the end of the day, that's what you're looking for. It doesn't matter how many R you add to your bankroll. Your bankroll don't care. It's just about consistently putting money into it, right? So that makes sense, hopefully.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And like I said, it's just, there are definitely times where money's left on the table, but like what I recently went through, like R to R, I already said this, it's a very basic method of taking profit, because there's an argument that everything in trading is subjective because you're the one placing the trade and getting out. That there is that argument, but if you have reasoning behind it for why other traders are doing it, then you're breaching into the more objective realm of trading. However, I guess whenever I think of R to R, this, it's like it's the data thing, right? But I'm also like, I couldn't imagine. I think Jashim does this, and I never really understood it, and I didn't really believe him because it didn't make sense. But he said that, I guess he does what you do, where it's, you have a certain amount of contracts and you trade that amount of contracts every single time, but you do it based on the tick size or, the point size of the trade that you're looking at. If it's too large, you don't take it. And, the same thing with the data, that that over a long enough period of time that you're going to be able to work out that, your 15 tick trades and your 30 tick trades, right? Even though they're the same amount of contracts, even, quote unquote, not the same amount of risk, right? Even though that's not your, your risk, that's your max risk, right? Over enough time, it's going to even out, right? Like that's just how it works. It's not going to even out in a week or a month, but it'll take several months that it will even out, that you're going to get a general average of what your trade size is. That's, that's what averages are. It's the same way as how I look at, okay, I'm going to take this many break evens, this many losses, and this many wins on average. And by the end of it, it's going to work itself out. But the thing that I don't do is I don't mess with my risk amount. Like, I get as close to $100 or $200 as possible, depending on account size. Like my 225Ks, I set it at 120 in the order entry button, just because I know that's, well, based on the data I have for my trades, I am more likely to get closer to 120 than I am 100 when it comes to I want more than one contract, if that makes sense. It's like, I guess my average contract size would be 30 points. And so, whenever I look at 30 points, I go, okay, well, a 30-point trade, you have to double it because, each point is $2. So it's $60 per contract on the micros. So I know that, if I want to get entered with 2, it's going to be 120. Like I just set it at 120 for that reason, but it's based on data. And then I'm going to have trades that I'm really only risking 90 because it's a 45-point stop loss, which 45 times 2, now we're at 80, right? 90. And then you if you buy 2 contracts, well, you're risking 180. Well, the order entry button's not going to risk 180. It's going to take the under. It's going to do 90. Like, that's the same thing that you do, right? You do the same amount of contracts every time, so your risk fluctuates, but over enough time, it's the exact same. And that's the same with my R to R. It's like, yes, I know I'm gonna have times where I could have had more or I could have had less, but that's why whenever I backtest, I look at, okay, what is my win rate and my average winner? Like, what's my overall P&L if I was to just wait till it hit 1R and get all out? Like, what's the P&L look like for that? And then I move over and I go, okay, well, what's the P&L if at 1R I take half of my profit out and then I hold till 2R, right? And then I go, okay, well, what's my win rate if I put my stop loss at break even after 1R, but I hold till 2R, right? All or nothing 2R, but I put my break, like I always do the break even thing. And I do that for 3R, I do that for 4R, and I do that for 5R. So that I know that I can say, okay, well, 2R gives me the best, like the most profit, right? You know, back tested profit. However, sorry. Okay, my bad. I thought I had a setup right in front of me. But however, I also know that if I can see that 3R is not that far behind it, right? If it's right there, then that means there's a good amount of time that the 2R trades run past 2R into 3R. Now, with that data, I can say confidently that I'm okay with moving my take profit right at 2R or maybe a little bit above 2R, because I know, based on the data, I am getting the highest return by choosing the 2 to R method over the 3R. But I also know that there's a good chance it'll go past it, so I can make up for those commissions on those big winning trades. Now, if I went through and the 3R was just terrible, or if the 3R was better than the 2R, but the 4R was terrible, then I'm going to put my final take profit at 2.9R instead of 3R, right? That's just like, it's just based on the data I have from all the trades, like, a year, 6 months, happy, like just having done it for so long that I know, okay, most likely I can make up for my commissions in this spot, or I can make up for my losses here. I can get a little more out of these trades, a little less out, just different things. Does that make sense?
It does, but it makes sense, but I don't, the problem with it is, I don't know how to exactly, I'm trying to put it in terms that would be something that would be, that would explain it. The problem is, I guess I don't see it as that easy. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you, because I try to explain everything in poker terms because people understand poker sometimes better than trading. But it's like if you sit down at a table and there's a whole bunch of newbie players that showed up. Yeah. And they're just splashing around in a pot. You're a lot more apt to stay involved with hands with them and continue to go, because it's just, it's fishy players and there's money there to be made. Right? Because they're not great players, and the market's just the same. Some days you're going to have times that you've got huge volume and those pushes are going to happen and you could make 4R, 5R, but it's only because the market's moving that way. Like, if you look at if you were to back test and say, okay, well, 2R worked more often and 4R only worked, a little percentage of the time, it'd be interesting to see, well, when did the 4R work? You understand what I'm saying? Because there's days when NQ candles, because I know that's what you trade as NQ, so that's why I'm saying this. There's days when NQ candles are 100 ticks, right? And there's days when NQ candles are 600, 700, 800 ticks. And that's, I'm not saying subjective per se. I don't know how to, put it into terms to where it's understandable, but in my opinion, you're going to trade different on days that you've got huge volume and the price is moving, because you're much more likely to push all the way to that higher take profit that you're talking about. Now, do you have to be like Werner said earlier, discretionary? Yeah. I mean, you kind of got to be discretionary on it because you understand that price is really moving. So it's nothing for NQ to make, for our trade out of what you've just seen in the last 3 candles in comparison to it not moving much, there not being a lot of volume, and you're lucky to get 2R trades. The market's different. That's the biggest problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, sometimes we're highly volatile and we're running stops. Those are the days that I love, right? Because we're running through stop losses. Gold's having one of those days. You see, I mean, we were talking about how this was going to move up, and we talked about it, and your 2R trade essentially would have been here. And we said, once we got up to this level, if we broke, we were to come through. We were going to test this wick next. We talked about it, test this wick, and then we were going to come up to this candle body up here, which is where we've tested now. See what I'm saying? We already expected that these things were going to happen if this broke. If we only would have ran that 2R trade or whatever, well, we would have been out long before any of this, just because we put it as a flat number. That's what I'm getting at, is days when, I mean, the areas that, I don't know. I think I always say things like, take what the market gives you. I'd love to see like how the back test works, why it works sometimes. With 4R getting hit, sometimes it doesn't, or anything in between. I mean, if you're talking about 3.5 or 3 or whatever, I would venture to guess that it probably has to do with the movement and how the market's actually moving at that time. When people talk about big R trades and they've taken this big R trade, you're going to notice that anytime they caught something like that, it's going to be during a time that the market really moved. Why? Because the market, when it runs rangy, let's just say, rather than, trending, the market will do things like this. So you've got a range like this. And the whole point of running stop losses is exactly that point. And I mean, Werner will call it, engulfing candles or outside bars. It likes to do things like this. And the reason for these runs on each side here is to get the longs and the shorts out. So on a day when we're moving like this, obviously you're not going to make it past, more than likely, let's just say, past your, 2R. If you get there, you're probably going to get stopped out. Why? Because of how the market, I hate to use the word sentiment, but how the market's moving, right? To where a day when it, let's just say, breaks a range. So you're like this, let's just say you enter a trade, she breaks a range and starts making this big move up like you see all the time. Well, this is the day that you want to take advantage of your move up. And now a 2R day, you left a lot on the table. How many days do you have that are like this compared to this? Well, I don't know, right? That's one of those things you got to pay attention to how the candles are moving. And that's kind of why, instead of saying R's for me, it's more about where it should go. So you take profit, like we said, at the top of this wick. Then what are you looking for next? This wick to be tested, which if it gets broke, should test this level. And if it gets broke, what's next? Well, now you're going to get the wick put on this candle, which should test this top level right here, which we did. And if we break there, what do we get? We're looking for the level to the left. I mean, you're just looking for your areas and dragging your stop as you go, because as each of these breaks, you're continuing your way up, right?
Yeah, I guess it's just like kind of like what you were saying with you'd like to see the days, why the days that hit 4R do what they do, and why the days that get stopped or hit 1R break even trades do what they do. Like, and I do have an answer, and it's usually, so the bigger trades are one of two reasons, right? It's either right at the start of the day, right? You get heavy volume, and it's just, I mean, it's a clear trending day. Like, in the confines of my strategy, it's very simple, and it's, it's I look for, like, let's say it's a strong, green day, right? We're going long. Well, typically what would indicate a bigger day for me would be right out of the open, we get strong green candles, and immediately we get that small pullback candle, right? That, you know, people are selling off. They've made their money for the day, and they're selling off a little bit, but people aren't quite done. That's my entry, right? I see the green, strong green candles. They've broken previous highs. Now I get my pullback candle. I take my entry over the high of the pullback candle. Usually we see a surge in volume and it pushes up. However, at the same time, you know, with anything, I've seen that same exact day where it doesn't work out, where it's, you know, it's just, that was the end of the day. Like, people got what they wanted out of it. It taps my entry and it rejects. Like, those happen. And I couldn't tell you whether the big ones happen more often than not, because I've kind of stepped away from looking at it from a perspective of, okay, well, like categorizing trades, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't categorize my trades, and I simply look at it as, you know, was it a setup? And if it was, what did it make me or lose me? And, you know, it can only lose me 1-to-1, but it can make me up to 2-to-1, right? Well, I mean, in the back testing, up to 4-to-1, right? So again, even if I was, and in the future, again, I'm not combating the idea of trading the way that you speak, you know, at all. I know that it would improve the way that I trade, and I'm sure it would improve the amount of money that I make. But with how it works for me now and how I've struggled in the past with trading a different way, it just doesn't seem quite right. And I've also found, like, you know, whenever I do get more up in the profit, I'm definitely more comfortable. Like, when I know that I don't have an immediate goal of being like, all right, well, I want, you know, whether it be to reach the buffer or to a payout, you know, whatever it is, when I don't have that lingering over me, being more subjective in how I take profit or even take trades is easier and almost possible. Whereas when I do have that in the back of my head, I typically going to err on the side of caution, which is, okay, well, here's the goal, right? It's the same goal as everybody. You know, I want to make money over the long run. And the way that I feel comfortable doing that is, you know, through the R2R method, even though I know by choosing to do it that way, I am shooting myself in the foot for right now. But I guess it's still confidence building. But hang on, I had something else that I wanted to say, which was, even if I was, again, to look at it from what are the big days, what are the small days, and try to categorize those trades and kind of take a different approach depending on what I see the market doing for that day, I don't know if it would have that much of a greater return just from, you know, for my own strategy. It may, but only because the risk that I take by not taking the 2R take profit and rather saying, well, this is a, you know, let's just say category A day, right? This is an A plus setup, you know, day, whatever. So I'm going to hold out till 4R. And, you know, even when I do hold out till 4R, I always move my stop loss. So if it hits 2R, my stop loss now goes from break even to 1R. And if it hits 3R, it goes to 2R, right? Just, again, it's that trailing stop loss.
Yeah.
I did that for a while with the 3-to-1 trading method, but I don't know how much more profitable that would be.
Yeah, I would never suggest you to hold the 4R. That's not exactly what I was saying, because 4R doesn't make sense to me. Like, what if it's 3.76.558R?
Yeah.
Because that's where the level is. Right. So I would never tell anybody to hold to, you know, 4R anyway. I was just curious as to, you know, in your back testing, why, you know, what it'd be, you know, something to see why sometimes the 4R trades did work. But I don't get the R thing, because it doesn't make any sense to the market. R doesn't make any sense. I mean, for me, it's basing per trade, and I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but I'm saying in my opinion, right? For me, it's basing it per trade. So all you're doing is basing per trade first off, but you're not taking any considerations as to why. Like, why is 2R where your take profit is? Why is that a good reason for you? Like, why is that a place to exit. Let's put it that way. And for you, it's got nothing to do with a place to exit, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that because it's mechanical. That's just what your take profit is, which is fine. What I don't like about it, if I can use that word right, what I don't like about it is the times that you don't hit 2R and it comes back on you for what reason, and the times that you could have got more than 2R and you're already out, right? And what are the reasons that happened, right? Because at the end of the day, sadly, this market doesn't move, based on our percentage. The market moves based on sellers entering and buyers entering. That's it. That's really all it is. People overcomplicate it and think that it's this level or that level or this level. Them are all self-fulfilling prophecies. It's not really that this level's a level for something. When somebody says, oh, well, the psychological numbers get respected, the only reason the psychological numbers get respected is because traders are trading them. That's it. It's not because for some reason the market just respects that. People seem to forget that. They think that supply is an area that supply comes in. The SMC traders think that an order block is where institutions traded. None of those things are true. These are all self-fulfilling fantasies that they go through. So I get the mechanical side of it, just because, none of the levels actually are true. I mean, it is true, but at the same time, you and I both know what drives the market. Traders. Yeah. Why does traders drive the market? Their psychology. That's it. So all you're doing is trading against their psychology. It's no different than sitting down at a poker table and playing against 8 people at a 9-top table. You're not playing the cards in your hand. You're not playing a mechanical strategy where, if I got, ace king offsuit, I bet X amount and, they're supposed to go along or not go along. If you start doing stuff like that, and I'm not saying in trading that happens, but at a poker table, an exploitative poker player will sit down and start exploiting what you're doing because you're betting, X amount on each hand that you have. You're expecting X return on each hand that you have. They'll start exploiting it. Why? Because it's easy to know exactly what you're doing. Now, that can't happen in poker, but all I'm getting at with this is essentially all we're doing is I should reword that. All I'm doing is trading against the psychology of the traders in the market. That's it. Why do we trade against their psychology? Because we know exactly what they're going to do because of their psychology. They believe that this or that's just got to happen. I don't trade until it does. And then I can trade into them expecting that move and then it failing and going to their stop losses. That's all I'm trading. I'm trading the fact that I know their psychology is going to have them enter in the market right here. And once that reaction happens, i.e. wick, now I'm looking for a flip to enter in those areas to go back into their stop losses because I know they're going to trade it. It's not because those levels actually work. It's not because supply is actually a thing. It's not because institutions have entered on order blocks and they have to fill the rest of their entries. None of these things are true. All joking aside. Institutions trade nothing different than any of the traders out here. They're trading the exact same things. They're trading supply and demand. They're trading cups and handles. They're trading all this same stuff. The only reason that the market moves is because everybody's trading in the exact same area. That's it. Except for the market makers. Why do the market makers trade differently? Because they have to put liquidity into the market. That's their job. They're liquidity providers. That's how it works. Without them, the market doesn't move. People always say, well, market makers are horrible and they're just here to steal our money. No, they're here to keep the market moving. Without them, the market doesn't move because everybody else is just trading the same way. And then you have to ask yourself, well, if everybody else is trading the same way and the market's only going to move one way and the market makers make sure that it keeps moving, what does that mean? That means that they have to go over after stop losses in order to keep the market moving. There's no other way to do it. It's just A plus B You know what I mean? It's just 1 + 1 = 2. There's no, complex, crazy thing out there that makes this market move. It's real simple. Traders get involved. The market still has to move. There's people who run the other side of it. It's super, super easy. Not really. They're trading order flow. They trade numbers rather than candlesticks, especially. Yes, they do trade order flow, but it's no different than candlesticks. Absolutely no different. Order flow is exactly the same thing as candlesticks. It's just some understand order flow, some understand candlesticks. Some people can't see order flow in candlesticks. Order flow is still just, inefficiencies in the charts, which are what? Wicks, single prints, TPO charts. All the same thing if you're talking about a TPO chart, right? Still single prints. If you're a hybrid trader, you're talking about, vector candles. If you're a SMC trader or an ICT trader, because people like to separate those two, which actually they're the same. You're trading fair value gaps, things of those nature. So yeah, it's all the same thing, Jay Suave, but yeah. Market makers trade on order flow charts because it's just numbers and that's what they understand. JJ, and I tell you this all the time, Landon, JJ traded, order flow, and it was so funny. He was a market maker for 30 years and couldn't understand a candle. He called it a candle wax chart, but he couldn't understand a candlestick chart. I shouldn't say he can't understand it, just didn't make sense to him. So for them, it's just the orders that come in. Exactly what I'm doing here with candlesticks every single day. You see the orders come in. What is the top wick on a candle? That's your orders coming in. I don't have to have numbers to realize that orders came in. And that's why I use tick charts.
I want to add too, it's funny because you mentioned the JJ thing about him not understanding the candle, or not making sense to him, the candlestick charts. I think that might be, again, I'm not saying, I definitely think the way that you talk about take profits and just trading in general, obviously it's better in the sense that, it has a higher return, right? That's a given. But I guess in my head too, it's like having the data like that. I think it's why I struggle so much with, like I was saying, using the levels, or even, not having a predefined take profit that is almost the exact same for every single trade. Why that I struggle with that so much is just in my head. If I look at it and I go, okay, well, here's the strategy. It gets repeated the exact same way every day. And the core principles are, looking for the trend, right? What is the trend? Where's the pullback? There's my entry. Like that's the strategy in simple form. And then say, okay, well, whenever I enter, I expect the market to move in this direction by at least this much, right? It's not saying I expect it to hit 2R and then reject, or that it's not going to go to 3R. It's just, I expect it to move in my direction by at least this much, more times than not, at a rate that it is profitable, right? And then and I protect myself because I know that there's a good chance that it won't reach that level, and more often than not, I'll end up moving my stop to break even after it hits 0.9R, maybe a little sooner if I see that it's, jumpy, or it's starting to reject, or, there's clearly a level right there. Like any of these reasons that are within the market, I will move my stop to break even quite often. But yeah, it's just, in my head, it's like, okay, if I know that if I do it this way, I'm going to get this return, and that return is favorable, then I'm going to do it that way, rather than me saying, well, I can get a little more here or there, by using the more subjective reasoning of, here's the levels, right? Objective in the market terms. But I don't know, because it's not like if I was dancing, here's the caveat, if I was dancing on a fine line of profitability, right? We're talking, okay, it's been 3 months or 6 months of trading and you end up with 10R. That's pretty close. I mean, you're like, that's a little under 2R a month. You're dancing a pretty fine line of not being in profit, right? If it was that, then I would venture to say that it doesn't work, right? Thankfully, I'm not quite, I'm not at that line. Otherwise, I would make changes. I've been there before, and that's why I've had to make changes, because I don't think that that is profitable to have it that close. But I'm closer to the, 5 to 6 to 7 hour a month on average. But, given that, you could say like, well, that's pretty close. It's like, well, the good months are closer to 10 to 12 hour. And then, I have a few break even months. Like, and I do well with, like I said before, I do pretty well with using my R to R structure as just an outline. And more often than not, I will put my take profits a little bit farther than 2R if I see it moving fast, or if I see that it's really not quite hitting it, I will, I'll move it a little in. I have to be careful with that, because I know that if I get too comfortable doing that, eventually moving my take profit to, instead of 2R to 1.9R will slowly turn to 1.8 and then 1.7. Now we're not profitable anymore. Like, I have to watch that for, just for myself, because I know I can get too comfortable with, it's not quite hitting my take profit. Let me just get out real quick. Like, that's no longer following the rules. And rather it's, I'm just, price got close to where I want to get out and it didn't quite hit it the first time, but I know that it needs its time to hit it.
And there's a difference. There's a difference between that. I mean, if you're managing it to a degree, there's a difference between, well, it came up at wicked and now I feel like it's not going to hit it or something like that, and you're moving it just because, you're worried. There's a difference between that and being confident in managing your trade. And I guess that's the fine line, once you get to the point to where you're confident in managing a trade, I think that's going to be a big stepping stone that's going to change everything. Just my opinion, right? But you're right. It's not to the point to where, there's a difference. Like, why, right? I always try to say, you have to have just as much of a reasoning for your entry as you do your exit, right? And I'm not talking about take profit or stop loss. I'm talking about both, because if you're a seller, right? If you open a sell right now, so you open a short, you're a future buyer, regardless of whether you get your stop loss hit or you take profit. But what's your reason for buying, right? And that's always what I think. Like, you have to have, like, what is your reasoning for placing your buy order to cover your sell order? At what point and why? And the R thing's always hard for me, because I don't see how that's a reason. And I think that's why I struggle with it more than anything. It doesn't seem like a valid reason in the market to me, right? Like to revert to what you said earlier, you said when I open a trade, I expect that it's going to push to 2R, and therein lies the issue. Not saying that it won't, right? Because I'm not by any means saying that, but I'm trying to figure out why it is that you believe that that's going to happen. Just because where you're trading, or just because you've got a clear area to trade through to make that happen? Or
it goes back to the spreadsheets, I guess. Like, I draw everything from that, and I look and I go, okay, it's, here's the trade. This is the exact same trade that I'm going to take for X amount of months. And based on these trades that have played out in the past, I look at the historical future and go, well, I can expect similar results by doing the same thing. And these similar results return a profit of, 20R on the 2R method and, 10R on the 3R method. It's like, it's looking at that. Like, that's my reasoning. I don't look at it as, okay, well, here's what today's structure looks like. This is what 6 months of structure looks like with the exact same input, and here's my expected output. Like, that's why I do
that. Makes sense. That makes sense. And that there's nothing wrong with that. Jay Suave, to answer your question, I'm interested in hearing your edge in the markets. Who'd you mainly learn from? I learned from everything, Jay Suave, but I trade into stop losses. I actually trade my own strategy. I can drop it here for you if you're interested in it. But I trade into stop losses. Essentially what I'm looking for is areas in the chart where everybody is going to trade the same way. So, you know, I don't know what strategy you use, but if you're talking about like SMC, ICT, supply demand traders, support resistance traders, pattern traders, think your top of your M's, all these areas are the same, right? All traders trade the same in the market in certain areas, right? So if you think about like an M structure, if you're a hybrid trader, let's say, right? That's where your supply is going to be, correct? So I'll draw it out on a chart real quick. So if you're looking at an area like this, just say a double top, if you want to look at it that way. If you're a pattern trader, that's your top, right? If you are a SMC trader, then your bearish order block's going to be here. If you're a supply trader, then your supply area is going to be here. Nonetheless, you're going to see these tops. To me, all this is range. Nothing more, nothing less. So these are all just ranges. So you'll see me draw up consolidation boxes as I trade here. To me, this is just a range. So you've got longs coming in here, shorts coming in here, right? So what I'm essentially looking for is for traders to get involved and to have a wick similar to what we just had on the previous candle. So you look at something like this. 87% of candles have wicks. If they don't have wicks, that's areas that we're definitely looking for. Like, let's just say that this is your area of interest. We'll just draw it up on yesterday's high for fun. So here's your area of interest, right? And here's a good example. And then you get a candle pattern in just like this, and even more so if you're talking about, you can watch those videos, it'll tell you more, but even more so if you're talking about areas that are like head and shoulder patterns. That is one of my main trading setups. So think something like this. Here's your head. Here's your shoulder. For me, and we'll take this off here because I'm probably going to get confused with this, but either way, for me, that's one of the most ideal patterns to trade. And the reason being is because SMC now believes that this was a liquidity sweep. Right? ICT traders see turtle soup here. Pattern traders see a head and shoulders, obviously. And, you know, any kind of liquidity traders, breakout traders already went long, got stopped. Anybody who believes that this is a break, retest, continuation, they've gotten stopped. So what am I looking for next? All your longs are already out of the game. I am looking for the next candle to come in with a bottom wick, just like this, to get all those traders involved short because they all believe it's going short. And then I will trade the flip of this candle right back up. Where there's stop losses, everybody already knows, right here. So what I trade then is my entry is the flip of the candle, stop loss below the wick, take profit 1 at the recovery of the wick. Once I hit TP1, I go 1 tick into profit. Then I drag my stop loss as the price moves, and where I get in at, it's going to be the biggest candle that you see that day normally on the chart because the stops are ran and we run through them. That makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know. But that's one of the ideal setups is inverted head and shoulders, or head and shoulders, any place that you're going to see all the traders getting in together. That's where I'm going to trade. Especially gold all-time highs was a great, for instance. We were trading long into the all-time highs. Made money hand over fist. Perfect places to trade. Because when you get to highs, everybody is taught to sell the highs and buy the lows, but there's no such thing as a high if the high's broke. So selling the highs is a concept that you learn from YouTube gurus, not real traders. High's only high until it's not a high no more. New high gets put in, now you got a new high. Even if you sold the old high, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? It's not a high no more. People are super confused about how these markets work. It's got nothing more to do with anything except for orders. Where your short order is going to come in at. The highs, right? So say you got an all-time high. All kinds of shorts are going to come in, right? Where are they going to come in at? Here's where the difference is in orders, okay? And let's just say, right now for fun, and I'll draw it out on this chart for you, let's just say gold's at an all-time high. Let's say this was all-time highs. So here's your big wick for your candles coming down. So where did everybody short? Well, if the high, let's just say we tapped the high. Let's just say that the previous high was right here in this candle, just for fun. Comes up, what they consider as a swing failure pattern, comes back down. Well, where's everybody trade? All depends on your setup. People will come in and say, okay, well, we're trading this as an order block trader. So where's the order block trader trade? Well, some of them are going to trade from the 0.5 of the order block. Some of them are going to wait for the 0.5 of the order block to get retested. Then they're going to go down to the 1 minute and wait for a break of structure or change of character, depending on how they see the market. And they're going to trade the retest of that back down. Supply traders, if you do like chart champions, you're going to run into coming out of your POI, which would be the high, and then back into 0.3. That's where they enter to come back down. If you're talking about support resistance traders, they're going to have more than likely a resistance level, something like this, maybe at the highs, but your high is probably going to be a wick, so they're going to see it something more like this. They're going to enter here, right? If you're talking about, go on and on, double top traders, they'll go down to the 5 minute looking for their pattern. But what is all in common? They're all going to put their stop losses above the highs. That's what's all in common. So where are the orders at? If we're talking about entry orders, they're scattered about. All in these areas here. All in these areas is where they actually went short, right? But one thing in common is that all the liquidity is right above. Because where's every single strategy out there going to put their stop loss above the high? Because that's protected, right? So, as JJ said, JJ was, I traded live with him for quite a while. He was a market maker for 30 years. He's retired now. Like he always talked about, what do the market makers do? Well, they're here just to make money. So if there is, right here, $10 million worth of orders, and they can use $5 million to put price there, well, they just made $5 million on that trade. Super simple math. That's all they look at. They're not looking at, people think they're looking at stop losses and they're running stop losses and they're doing this and they're doing that. No. The reason that stop losses get hit and market makers run stop losses is because there's money sitting there. That's it. And it'll take them less money to get to those stops than what they'll make by taking those orders. That's why they push price there. So once I start seeing failure down in these areas, I'm looking for a bottom wick and a flip to trade up into this. Again, TP1 being right here. And then once it hits TP1, I go into profit and drag my stop, because when you see this candle come in, saying this was a high, it will come down, make your bottom wick, flip, push up. You'll see it hesitate, 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 and pop through the stop losses. That's why you drag your stop with price. That makes sense, Jay Suave, I hope. If not, let me know. basic quick idea, but if you show up to live streams every day, interesting. So you're a counter trend trader. No, I'm not a counter trend trader. Absolutely not. But gotta run. Yeah. Love to see you back, man. Everything I do here is free. I'm not selling anything ever because I trade for a living. Unlike a lot of the other gurus out there. Love to see you back. I could explain it to you more. Love to have you stop in, man. But no, I'm not a counter trend trader. Not a counter trend trader, not a breakout trader. Not a trend trader. I only trade into stop losses. That is it.
Lines intersect, I watch them play. Reading signs that point the way. Years of practice taught me how to stay cool and steady through each display. My fingers trace ascending paths while steam rises, making me laugh as quiet hour holds its craft, as wisdom flows through every draft. Each morning brings another chance to perfect this sacred dance.
Does that make sense what we were talking about though, Landon? I said, did that make sense what we were talking about though?
Yeah, no. I totally get it. I just
Okay.
I don't know. It's like, you know, I understand the concept behind it. You know, having your levels there. It's just that transitionary period has always been rough for me when it comes to going from like doing it one way, going to another. And I know you're not, you know, saying to do one or the other.
Yeah, no.
Putting it out there, what your thoughts on it are and why it works for you and, you know, things like that. It's just, I also didn't know that, you know, when it comes to RR, that people were like the idea of using the same amount of contracts for every trade, regardless of, you know, stop size, I guess, doesn't make sense to me. Like I can understand it if your candles are always very small, or if your stop loss is small, like, you know, 30 ticks like you have, like that's not much at all, especially not on NQ. Gold, I guess it can definitely be a bit larger because just because of tick ratio. But for people like if I was to do that, that would never work because it doesn't make sense in my strategy, because a bigger candle has no indication to whether it's going to win or not. You know, if it did, then sure, I guess that would make sense. Like if I knew, well, a really big candle means I'm going to win 80% of the time, where a small candle is going to win. It's like, yeah, but then that's bankroll management, because now you're less likely to win trades, aka your small candles are worth less and you're more likely to win trades are worth more. It's like, sure, if that's real, if the data says that that's what happens. My data doesn't say that, or maybe it does, but I've never paid attention to it. But that's one of those things I feel like I would have noticed by now, and I've never noticed that. I've noticed what my average stop size is, and it's 30 ticks, right? Or sorry, 30 points. Yeah, 30 points. That's my average stop loss size. You know, given the outliers of you know, maybe my entry gets triggered on a 10 o'clock candle and it's 100 points. Like, you know, that happens, and I'm excluding that from my own mental survey. But just within that, you know, it's always made sense to me. It's like, okay, we'll have a dollar risk amount and get as close to that as possible. But that comes from me trading stocks originally. Like when I traded stocks, that's how everything was done. It was never a specific share size, because you were trading a different company every day based on what the pre-market was for that company. Like we would always look for gaps. We would look for gaps in our trades. So it was, you know, you'd run a pre-market scanner for which companies had a huge gap up or gap down. Typically, it was like you didn't want price for the gap to be within the last 3 months of that company, you didn't want price to be in that range. So if the last 3 months the company was trading at, $9 to $10, you were looking for a gap that was at least $11 so that you had a 10% move before it came in contact with any prior price action. That was the whole guideline behind what stocks we would trade.
Yeah.
And then within that, you would use the RV strategy. So it was the reason the RV worked so well was you had no prior price action to mess with your strategy. So you were purely looking for a breakout. You were looking for large green candles and then a pullback, and then you would take that trade for hopefully when everybody else was entering to try and buy the top. Like that was the idea behind it, because you had no prior resistance. Excuse me. And that's also why they used the R to R method, because they had no prior resistance. So they had nothing really to base it on. So it was just, okay, well, here's our trades. We're going to try and get 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, but move your stop. Like that's where this strategy comes from. And that's why the original makers of it used R to R.
That makes sense too. Yeah. Yeah.
I've just had to, I adopted the same methodology as they did, but rather, I looked at it as, well, I mean, we discussed it. Here's the input. The input's the exact same for X amount of months, and I'm going to do this for the future X amount of months, and I expect a relatively similar result. And, so I'm just going to do exactly what the data says.
And that makes sense. I mean, I guess that's why, and Z says a lot of times, he's always like, well, strategy only works so long. And then when, I hate to use the word market sentiment. I hate that word. But anyway, when the sentiment changes, well, now this strategy doesn't work no more. And I've never been able to understand that, but I guess I get it, kind of. If you're, because I guess that would make a difference. I don't know. I guess I don't see it. I guess I just don't see the market like that. Like, to me, it's just orders. It's just orders set in areas, and that's it. So, you expect that you're going to get a reaction. And that's why I always say I don't trade, predictions. I trade reactions, because you always want to see the reaction. You expect the reaction, but you want to see the reaction first. So I'm always looking at those areas where, I expect it to react. And it's tough to see it in a number form when you see it that way. You know what I mean? It's tough to see it that way, that it's just, instead it's a number or percentage or whatever, rather than where a reaction's, an actual reaction, seeing the market actually move from it. But it's a different way of looking at it. I just try to wrap my head around it. It's always tough for me. But I get it at the same time.
Yeah, and I definitely, I came from, whenever I started trading, I remember very vividly the number one thing that I struggled with, and this is in trading and outside of trading, but it was always that as soon as it didn't work, I changed everything. Like that was on a weekly basis. And I just, I couldn't see the issue with it, because I just, I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't realize that was the problem. I thought something else was the problem. So I kept doing that. But once I paid that some mind, then I realized, okay, well, how can I get myself to stop doing that? And the solution was, well, I'm going to do the exact same thing every day. And the only way I could do the exact same thing every day was to make it where I had no real input on the process. Just to make it as mechanical as possible. And the thing that I was most familiar with was, R to R in that regard. And that's just kind of what I ended up doing. So, it was kind of process of elimination to get to this point. Not so much a matter of, I think this is the best way to do it, or this, I have reason behind why I did it. It was more or less, I was doing something that didn't work, and this was the solution to get to a point where I could do something that does work.
Yeah, and that makes sense for sure. For sure.
But it comes with its own caveats. some of the more major ones that, like, I guess that I can see why I'm not where I want my trading to be, you know, is any of those hiccups, they tend to set me back a lot. And I guess that's for everybody, but, you know, I probably about a year ago was when, you know, I got my first payout, whatever, you know, and I reached it through, you know, the same strategy I trade today, a few modifications on it. But then the hiccup I had right after that was I just hit a point in my trading where it was break even. You know, it was the end of the year, September, October, November, December, and I wasn't getting much of anything out of the market. And it was because the market was ranging, right? It was, you know, it wasn't like I was going back and back testing and being like, damn, man, my back tested results are, you know, really good, but my live trade, no, they were both terrible. You know, because it's the same thing, you know, whether it's back tested or live tested, there's no difference because, you know, that's how the strategy is built. So that sucked because that put me in a state of mind where I thought that I was the issue. I thought that the way I was trading was wrong. You know, if I had maybe had a little bit more time with feeling like I was profitable before hitting such a dredge in the market with how I trade, maybe I wouldn't have made the alterations, but I did. And then, you know, in those alterations, you know, they set you back or set me back by a couple months because, you know, then I was having to, you know, that didn't work. Making alterations to the strategy didn't work. So now I have to go back and it feels like it's wasted time. So it's, you know, things like that, those are hiccups. And those are the things that I have to look at and ask. It's like, okay, you know, has the way that I trade, like, has my strategy ever been the reason that I'm not making money? Yeah. But is it a natural reason, right? You know, like the market's just not there for me? Or is it, you know, the strategy is not just, you know, the strategy just doesn't work? Or is it me? You know, am I not placing the trades that I should be? Am I not taking profit where I should be? And it's a little bit of both, right? Like I make modifications where I say, okay, I mean, that's why I track my win rate, but I also track how much did I make on each specific day, not to try and make more, but to make sure I'm making what I should be, to make sure the 2R days are actually 2R, right? Not 1.7R, because that's a huge difference. You know, you add that up. Now you're getting 17R after 10 winners instead of 20. That's a 3R deficit. That's 2 trades basically. If I'm taking that, 50% out at 1R. So it's tracking those things where I have to say, okay, well, I'm not taking profit where I should be, so I have to change that. But at the same time, if I have mechanical errors and I go back through and I make a mistake and then that causes me to, make more mechanical errors, et cetera, it becomes a spiral and you lose track. But I guess that's with everybody. Like until everything aligns in your trading, it's just not going to work. Like that's what I've seen. Right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
that's where my question comes in at too. And I mean, I don't know that this is the case or not the case, but let's just take, for instance, the 1.7. Okay.
Yeah.
So say you have 5 trades that are 1.7R, right? Do you not then know possibly, and again, I realize this is almost impossible to back test, so I don't know how you would do it, but can you not then see that possibly there were 5 trades that were 2.3R trades in that same bunch? So essentially, you're still at the 2R. However, a couple of them fell shy, a couple of them fell over, which still gave your average the same.
You could. I know how, yes, you are right. In that world where that happens, then yes. However, just from the data I have, that doesn't happen. So basically, the idea that a trade will hit 1.7 more often than it hits 2R, or that rather than using a predefined number, let's say that more often than not, a trade doesn't quite hit what my final take profit of, say, 2R is, and rather rejects. That's not what the data tells me. The data says that if it's a winner, right, aka meaning it pushes past 1R, that more often than not, it's going to hit 2R without pulling back to break even. And then a little bit less likely is it's going to hit 3R. And so that's what tells me, okay, I can be comfortable with putting my take profit a little bit farther than 2R, because I'm not having an issue where I'm getting trades that push to 1.7 and reject. Like, that's just not an issue I have. If it's not going to hit 2R, typically it's going to pull back at the 1.1, 1.2R range. Like it's not going to get anywhere near close to that final TP. And if I was to say take those trades and get out there, well, now we're kind of starting to skew the overall data of it being profitable, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. I guess I'm always
not having the issue that you're talking of.
Yeah.
Of it almost hitting TP, like that's not an issue I have. I think that's because I understand that's your whole point. It's, what if it doesn't quite hit your TP because it hit a level? That's just not a problem I have, right? I have problems, with, there are trades that, not talking about getting stopped out as a problem, but there are trades that will come up to 1.5, right? Like that happens. I have that happen every once in a while where it goes to 1.5 and then pulls back. But I also have data on, well, what if I was to get out at 1.5 instead of 2R, and you make less money at that rate of return? And there are times where 1-to-1 is higher than 2-to-1. Like if I was just to 1-to-1 get out, right? No break even, nothing. As soon as it hits 1-to-1, you're out. Technically, yes, there are times, I'm talking long periods of times where that is more profitable. But the issue is when it comes to those months where the market's not in my favor, that is no longer profitable at all, because all you're getting is break even trades or losses. You're no longer getting any profit because you're not going farther than 1R. And when that happens, it's not like I can predict that. Like in a perfect world, I would be able to say, okay, well, the market's doing this, so I'm changing my take profit structure to this. I haven't found a way to do that yet. And I've been trying for a while. I haven't really been able to find a consistent way to define what the market's going to do and what I should do to react to it that works with my strategy, that is better than just saying, here's my take profit structure, I'm going to do this throughout the year. And if I start to see that, hey, 3-to-1 has been picking up for the last 3 months, I do tend to switch to the 3-to-1 structure, right? Or if it's not working out, I'll switch back to the 2-to-1 structure, just because I know that they are very similar, and that the only difference is I'm going to get a few more break evens on the 3-to-1 than I would the 2-to-1, or vice versa. Then I'm going to get a few more final take profits at 3-to-1 than I would 2-to-1. Like, I don't know, man. It just kind of all comes down to, what the data says. And I haven't had the issue where the strategy is the reason that I'm not consistently making money. It's usually, it comes to a fault where, I didn't follow my rules, or, I decided to change my rules. That's still something that I think, I've finally gotten to a point where I'm done with it, right? I thought I was doing really good for about 8 months. And, and then I had a slip up mechanically. We've talked about that, where I blew a few PAs because I was on the minis instead of the micros, just didn't notice. And that was like a month and a half of me trying to make up for that mistake without realizing that that's what I was doing. Like in my head, I was improving, but, after the fact, you see what the real reason was. And it was me trying to cope with a huge loss that I'd never had that happen before. Like I had never taken that much loss all at once before. And that was my way of coping with it, which wasn't healthy, but that's, it's setbacks. Like that happens. I have to go back and say, all right, that's never going to happen again. I'm never going to do that again. And you learn from it, but and it doesn't help that the market wasn't in my favor. Like that's all I can say. The market, even if I was to trade the way that you're talking, where, you do it based on levels, for those 6 months that I was just running break even, there was really no world that it would have been profitable. Like I would have needed a range-based strategy. That's all it was. I would have just needed a different strategy, which is fine. Like it wasn't like I was losing consistently for those months. It was break even. A couple wins here and there. End the month maybe 1-2R after commissions. You're really at break even. Like it happens. I've never seen it for that long of time. But now that I know it can happen, I know that, hey, if I'm starting to get a lot of break-even trades, maybe I do scale back. Maybe I say, okay, well, I'm going to get out at 1R more often, right? Or take a little bit more out at 1R than I usually would. Little modifications like that.
Well, let me ask
I don't know,
you this.
Man.
Here's a modification that could work. What did you say your stop loss is?
You're talking like dollar?
Like anything,
Or,
ticks, points, dollars, whatever you want to say, right? Like what?
Like $120, but usually it's close to 30 points.
Okay, so say 30 points. We'll figure it at 30 points,
Okay.
right? What would happen? And I don't know if you can back test this, but just food for thought here. What would happen? You say it's 30 points. Let's say that you hit TP1, right? And then you go to BE because that's what you do. You take half the position, right?
Yep.
Okay. So let's say you go BE, and that's going to be 1-to-1. So that's going to be 30 points. So you're going to be 30 points. You go BE. What happens if from that 30 points you start a trailing stop loss? Let's say 15 below. So as it continues to move into profit, let's say you hit your 60, which is your 2R. Now, instead of taking profit at 2R, your stop loss now is at 45. And it continues to stay 15 points behind you as you go into profit for the remainder of the trade. So if you make it to, if it made it to, let's just say 70 points, then you get stopped out at 55. Is there any way you can back test that?
I can. TradingView, thankfully, they've implemented a new thing with their
I'd just be interested
feature
to see how well that would work for you in conjunction to where maybe you're going to give 15 points back, here and there.
Yeah.
Let's just say. But at the same time, I'd be interested to see how many times you garner more profit than the 60 you're trying to get.
Yeah, and I'm definitely...
I think you'd be more
I'll go through
profitable.
and back
Maybe
test.
I'm wrong, but I would love to see. I really do. I think you profit more. And it doesn't even got nothing to do with levels at that point. It's just I'm not going to give more back than, 15 points, essentially, is where you'd be at. So, but at any given time, when you actually get a spike in price, you could have some real winners. I mean, and that's how I look at this game. And I mean, it's interesting that you put, professional gambler on your PFP, right? Because that's how I looked at it. I mean, honestly, if I'm waking up, I'm hoping that runner comes. I'm hoping that next big pump candle, pumps to the moon and I'm long. I mean, that's the whole beauty in this game. And I feel like when you're doing R2R, you're kind of leaving that on the table. And maybe you're not. Maybe you'll see that's not the case. But for me, if I would not be nearly as profitable if I was a 2R trader. Me. Now, am I going to say that your strategy works the same? Maybe not. But I would not be anywhere near as profitable if I just said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take profit at 2R and my stop loss is going to be 1R. I would leave tons and tons and tons of money on the...
And it's definitely an idea because I know, like I was saying before, with the having the data on the 3R and the 4R structure and knowing that, yes, there is a good portion of trades that, pushes far past the 2-to-1. Even if 2-to-1, it out of all of them does make more, right?
Yeah.
There's still a good portion of trades that push to 4-to-1, right? So now you're getting double what you would have prior by selling at, half. even though in the long run to do that every single time doesn't work.
Yes, and that's the problem, because it doesn't work that way, and that's where the issue is. People don't get that, and I'm glad you noticed that, because that's the problem. Where it comes in at is people say, well, so what you're saying is go to 4R. No, absolutely not. I'm saying allow the trade to run to 4R if it will, because if you just go to 4R, you're not going to be you're going to be probably more than likely unprofitable. But what my take is here is, if the trade runs to 4R, hopefully you can catch that. If the trade runs to 10R, hopefully you can catch as much of that as you can. Not that I believe you should take profit at 10R or 4R or 2R or 1R. You know, I don't believe that's the way to do it, because I think you're really, you know, not always taking what the market will give you all the time. And if you've got, let's just say that you trade for the next month and you've got, you know, only 2 trades. Let's just say that this works out and maybe you get, you know, 2 or 3 trades that stop out at 45 or whatever, like you're talking about. And you got 2 or 3 trades that run to, let's say 70, just for fun, right? I mean, that's not even 4R, but just say, right, somewhere around that general vicinity, that's going to level itself out. You're actually going to be profiting more in the end. And that's the whole thing. And that's what's hard to get anybody to understand.
A counter argument I could see, just to play devil's advocate, would be the people that say, well, what if my trades need room to move in that direction, right? What if 15 point, like, you know, let's say it's a 30 point stop loss, right? And I go through and I back test and I say, okay, well, you know, I need my full drawdown plus my, you know, in profit area for it to fluctuate, right? You know, now once it hits my 1-to-1, yes, I'm moving my stop loss to break even to protect myself. But if I was to instead move my stop loss to 50% in profit, aka the 15 point trailing, well, maybe I need more room than that. Maybe I need double that room, you know, for it to move. Maybe I probably don't need the full 30, but, you know, maybe 20, 25. Like, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate to see. And then, you know, again, that same thing could play with, you know, if it moves to, let's say it's someone who doesn't have a trailing stop loss at all. Like, you know, I told you I do use a trailing stop loss if I'm going for more than 2-to-1, where if it hits 2-to-1, I'll move my stop loss to 1-to-1. So that I'm guaranteed to get out with either 1R in profit or 3R in profit if it pushes to 3. Or, you know, in the back testing, when I look at 4R, I'll move it to 2R once it hits 3R, right? Just like that's my trailing. It stays 1 TP away. If you're to move it to double that, right, or 50% more, I guess, into profit, yes, you're claiming more if it pulls back, and of course you're not using that final take profit. So I guess here's, you know, it's kind of the same idea, but it's what you were saying before, you'll never have a take profit 2 or a TP2.
Yeah.
And you know what I could do is essentially the same thing, keep the trailing stop loss method that I have of drag it every time it hits another R to R, drag it the one right prior, you know, hits 2-to-1, move to 1-to-1. I could do that and then never have that final TP. However, my issue with that, again, from the data that I have, is that because the 4-to-1 final TP is that much lower than the 2-to-1, right? And, you know, it is. That worries me that I'm going to get a lot of trades where, you know, it's going to push to 3-to-1 and, you know, I'm going to have it's going to push to 2-to-1, move my stop loss to 1-to-1, and it's going to stop me out at 1-to-1, or 3 and it's going to stop me out at 2. Like,
and that could very well be, that's why I like the 15 points better than losing a whole R, but also the fact that you're not taking it 4. And I'm not saying that trades went past it, but I'm saying, how do you know they haven't? I mean, you could argue the fact, and again, playing devil's advocate, right? That 4-to-1, you know, let's just say the 5 4-to-1s that were winners over a big amount of time, that those were actually 10-to-1s, 15-to-1s. Now they don't look the same anymore. 4-to-1 doesn't look the same anymore. because now you just took a trade that, you stopped out at 4-1 that wasn't profitable because you took profit at 4-1 that essentially could have been profitable because maybe they ran to 10, maybe they ran to 15. Not saying you should go to 4-1. I'm not arguing that fact. I'm just saying just because you took profit at 4-1 doesn't necessarily mean that that was the move, that the move was all over, that if you would have had your stop loss 15 points behind, let's just say in a trailing, it hit 4-1 and then went to 4.5, then came back, still didn't hit you out, went to 5, came back, still didn't hit you out, went to 6. You know what I'm saying? And that 15 points was enough to keep you in the game. Is 15 points enough to keep you in the game? I don't know. I haven't tested these things, But I'm just saying under these circumstances, that would essentially mean that some of these days, and I've seen days in NQ that it's went straight without barely any retrace. And we're talking, several ticks. We're talking 2, 3, 4,000 ticks that it's moved with very little retrace back. A lot of days that happens. And if you're involved in one of these days, now you're talking about rather than a 2R trade, it's now a 10R trade, a 15R trade. And is that always going to happen? Absolutely not. You can't go and trade 15R. No, by no means am I recommending that. But you took advantage of that. And I'm not going to say 15 either, because that's probably not something that's going to happen. It's probably going to be 14.73687332. You see what I'm saying? That's part of it too. It's not going to be an R. That's the whole thing. It's not actually going to be that way. Why? Because the market doesn't care about what our, rounded numbers are. That's part of the problem. Just like the 15 points, not saying that that's a good or a bad stop loss. The market really doesn't care about 15 points either. It could go 15.1 points and then go in your direction. Why? Because the market doesn't care about your 15 points. It just doesn't. However, I was trying to come up with a number that you could trail it, be, comfortable yourself with giving that much back, but still give you enough of a gap that the price can continue to move, enough room to breathe, right? I just think that you'll find that you'll probably profit more that way, just because there are going to be times that, let's just say maybe you don't get the 2R. Let's say that at 1R you go to 15, right? So you're in profit, and you're exactly right. There could be times that don't get hit, but I would be willing to think that there's going to be plenty of days that it's going to blow past 2, 3, 4, and whatever R, and put you in profit enough that it's not going to matter those times that the 2R didn't play. And that's the whole thing. When it runs, it's going to run.
I want to pause real quick, because for everybody who's listening in the live stream, this is an important lesson on why data is so important, because I am going to, I have so much in all these different quadrants of R to R that, you can make assumptive biases on where it's, how often it runs and whatnot, that I can be completely comfortable in changing that TP structure in my live trading, because I know that, the 15 tick or even having it 1R distance away, that I know it's still going to be profitable. I may not know, how much, if it's more or less, I can backtest that, but I know it's not going to change it so that I'm unprofitable. So I take on no real risk by trying something new that could be more profitable, because I have the data that says, yeah, if you do it this way, it's still you're still going to get a return that's positive. You have this much, I just wanted to say that quick, that, everybody understands that that's how you can use the data of your back testing in new ways, that it's, you're not changing your strategy, but you're changing the way your take profit structure is. So if you have the data to go along with it that says, hey, this many trades probably ran past 4R, and this many trades only ever made it to 1R before rejecting, and this many trades lost, if you have that data, now you can make an assumption on, well, if I don't have a final take profit, am I going to lose money? Probably not, as long as you have a trailing stop loss. Definitely not. You're definitely not going to lose money, but I can now take that risk to find out, well, how much am I going to make?
Yeah, if you're going to make more or not. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. And I don't I'm going to back test it, but the nice thing is I really don't have to. Like, there's no reason for me to back test it because there's no risk of losing money. You know, it's like, I know for a fact that that's going to work. Like, that's a given, because at worst case scenario, I'm going to end up just being a 1-to-1 R-to-R trader, but even that works. Like, you know, that given losses and break even, that still works. It doesn't work as great as 2-to-1, but it still works.
And that's the argument to the other side of that too. The argument to the other side of that too. I know you played devil's advocate on the side of, what if that wasn't enough room? Well, it could be just the same the other way. So you make it to 1R, you TP1, your stop's now 15 points below, and instead of getting stopped out at BE, you get stopped 15 points in profit. You know, how many of them end up that way without ever getting to
0.75R?
Correct. Without ever getting to 2R. How many actually get there? I don't know, because I haven't back tested it, but all I'm saying is that could make up for the ones that needed a little more room to breathe too. That's the problem with the market. You know what I mean? Is there a perfect number? No. By all means, there's not a perfect number, and that's exactly what I'm trying to show here, is that if you're take profit too, I would assume that you're going to be more profitable. I could be wrong, but I would assume that you could be more profitable by letting it run. I really could.
I'm gonna pull up my stream real quick. We can go through this together actually right now, because I have screenshots of all the trades that I have logged that are live traded and back tested from the start of this year till I don't think I got May. Hang on, did I get May? No. So the first 4.5 months of this year.
Okay. Hold
I
on
have
with
that data.
Hold on with that, Landon. All right. YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble. If you guys want to be part of this, join the Discord. I'll drop the Discord link now. I am going to shut down the stream. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. But if you guys want to be part of this, if you want to see it, that's great. I know a lot of you may get disinterested and get upset because we're not doing any trading. I'm not looking to do trading. We're conversating. You got to conversate as well. You got to learn exactly what your strategy is and what you're doing as well. These are things you guys have to take part in and actually do. Is it boring? Maybe to a lot of you it is, but this is part of the boring stuff that we have to do. So Discord link is in the stream description there. Should come up here soon anyway. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. As always, guys, stay consistent out there.
So
let's begin. Y'all move pieces random, I calculate precise. While you chase quick profits, I'm strategizing twice, 10 steps ahead. Your basic moves I can predict. This ain't no simple game, my method's scientific. Rapid calculations, market oscillations. You stuck on one move plans, I'm seeing combinations. Bank account elevation through smart navigation. While y'all keep hesitating, I'm accumulating. Check and mate, don't hate, this ain't debate. You moved too late, I already sealed your fate. My mind's a supercomputer processing gains, while y'all still confused by simple price change. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, no competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, get it. Pawns advanced strategic, every move methodic. While y'all play checkers, I'm out here encyclopedic. Quick with the statistics, flowing algorithmic. Brain automatic, profit systematic. Fuck what you heard about fast cash and luck. I studied patterns till my vision got stuck. Now every chart I see reveals the truth. Market manipulation can't shake my groove. Queen takes bishop but controls the field. Knowledge is power, that's my strongest shield. Call me grandmaster of this trading floor, while y'all still learning what the game is for. Patience in motion, strategic devotion. Watch and learn, feel the burn. Learn, trade, win. Accelerate the pace, leave no trace. Your simple strategies I'll straight replace with complex calculations, market domination, pure dedication, no hesitation. Been in the lab while y'all been sleeping, studied the craft while y'all been creeping. Now watch me demonstrate perpetual check while your account balance hits the deck. Learn, trade, win, that's the mission. Learn, trade, win, competition. Learn, trade, win, stay committed. Learn, trade, win, that's the system. Checkmate, game over. Level up, game over. Learn, trade. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn, yeah. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Started from the bottom with a phone in my hand. Everybody laughed when I said I had a plan. Small account vibes, but my mindset was grand. Now them same folks wanna know where I stand. Been up since 5, studying every line. While they waste time, I'm reading every sign. First few trades hit me like a brick wall, but I ain't give up, now I learn from every fall. You're wasting time, that's what my daddy said. Get a real job, man, that mess with my head. But I kept pushing, kept my focus tight. Now my account growing, future looking bright. Hey, learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. My time. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn. Baby. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Red candles had me doubting everything. Green days came slow like a broken wing. But I studied hard, yeah, I paid my dues. Now I'm teaching others how to read the clues. Remember crying when I blew my first stack, but that loss taught me how to bounce back. Now I'm in my zone, reading every trend. Making moves that got my whole crew fed. You thought I was crazy, glued to these screens. Now look who's winning, living out these dreams. This ain't luck, baby, this is pure skill. Years of grinding up this market hill. They said I couldn't make it, said I should quit trading. Now look who's calculating, while they stay hating. Hey. Learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. They sleep on me now, but they gonna learn. Watch me turn these charts into what I earn. Learn, trade, win, that's the only way. Learn, trade, win, getting better every day. Learn, trade, win, that's my daily grind. Been patient with it, now it's my time. Yeah. Watch and learn. I stay quiet, why they loud? Keep it cool, in the crowd. Watching charts, day and night. Taking notes, got my light. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Lost it all, back in May. Learn my rules, found my way. No emotions when I trade, calculate every play. Check the trends, read the signs, take my time. They wonder how I made it, but I know what it takes. Keep studying the patterns while everybody breaks. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent moves make loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Loud money. Started from zero, now I'm up. Studied the game, built it up. Losses taught me what I know. Now I move smart, watch it grow in my zone. Trust on screen, everything moving clean. No distractions, clear mind. Perfect timing, by design. Silent moves make loud money. Silent moves make loud money. Keep it cool, stay focused, honey. Silent money. Yeah. Watch and learn. Silent moves. That's how we do it.
Yeah. You fuck that weak shit. I stay focused while they all quit. Let's go. All day I grind, screen in my face. Numbers align, set my own pace. Fuck what they say, I got my way. Most walk away, but I'm gon' stay. Quick with the clicks, mindful of tricks. Ain't no look shit, pure analytics. Watch how I move, call it precise. Ready to prove, bid it their price. Wait and strike, do it right. Learn the game, stack the game. Patient hunt, front to front. This my time, watch me climb. Fuck all the noise, clear out my head. Make the right choice, stack up this bread. Quick on the draw, but timing is key. Study the law of supply, yeah. D, charts tell the truth, data don't lie. Here's the proof, watch profits fly. Discipline tight, mind in the zone, do this shit right. I'm on throne.
Down, take a breath, every L just shows the test. Build it up, break it down, analyze without the stress. Then
Back in attack, flow like a pro. Stay on the track, watch numbers grow. Cut through the shit, trust what I know. Win bit by bit, put on a show. Every move planned, nothing by chance. Take my stance, seize my advance. Quick with the wits, sharp as a blade, making hits. Getting paid, getting paid. Ring, 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 ring.
Charts on my screen, mind in the zone. Studying patterns while I'm all alone. Fuck all the bullshit, this ain't no game. When I hit that trade, watch the profit rain. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Quick with the clicks, analysis tight. Market's moving, but I time it right. See that signal, I don't hesitate. Years of losses taught me how to navigate. Finger on the trigger, heart beating fast. Each trade I take, built from lessons past. Fucking with precision.
precision. Watch how I flow. Red to green, baby, that's how we go. Charts telling stories, I read them clear. While amateurs panic, I persevere. Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Community strong, we share what we know. Each trade we take helps the other one grow. Fuck the FOMO, we stay calculated. Patient assassins, highly rated. Break down resistance, support won't bend. Technical masteries where we transcend. Keep it controlled, no emotional trades. That's how the real fucking money gets made. Discord buzzing, knowledge flowing free. Real-time updates from LTW family. Chart patterns forming, we spot them quick. Experience taught us which ones to pick. Slow it down, let me tell you something clear. Every loss I took brought me right here. Built my strategy through blood and tears. Now I execute without any fears.
Learn, trade, win, that's the fucking way. Stack them profits every single day. Learn, trade, win, ain't no time to waste. Discord familiar, got my back, we stay great. Time to accelerate, watch how I close. Each trade I take, peeling verbose. Rapid execution, precision sharp. Like a fucking sniper in the dark. No hesitation when I see the sign. Years of practice got my skills refined. Community backing every move I make. That's why this shit isn't carts till they knew my name.
This ain't luck, this is pure damn skill. Watch how we fucking climb up this hill. Learn, trade, motherfucking win. That's the mindset that we're always in. Discord army, we don't ever quit. Making history with every hit.